Ok. Lakini so biso tala na bino.
Boke libanda.
Aya mwe, ote mwa. Papa ali, Yo, what's happening?
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Huh. I hope y'all like the song. Uh, I'm chilling here. I just wanted to have an up-it panel. Some people are bored, so hey, welcome, Lawrence. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm
Peace,
good.
peace.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, you sound good. You got a mic? You got a fancy mic, or you sound professional?
Oh, it's a professional head mic.
Oh, okay, yeah, you sound really good, man.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, it sounds good. It sounds good. Believe it or not, this is how I know this is a blessing because I was actually thinking about something a little while ago. I know we talked a little bit and we met on Okun's channel, Azen's channel.
Oh yeah.
But I was just thinking, I know you don't know much, but I'm in the process of a divorce. And I've been struggling with a question in my mind that hopefully you can answer from a scriptural perspective.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. What I'm thinking is that once a man and a woman gets divorced, I personally don't believe she has a right to his last name anymore.
Yeah. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be because the main reason she had your name because you were together. So, I mean, it'll be perfectly fine. Like if she goes back, because technically, when you divorce a woman, she's supposed to basically go back to her parents or whatever, meaning that your name is no longer hers. So I guess yeah, that would make sense.
No, and I agree from a secular perspective. It's just I couldn't find anything scripturally that denoted that. And that's what my curiosity was. Because and this is just me being a guy, I guess. But you don't you don't you don't cast me to the side and then want to run the gambit of maintaining my last name to parlay of the success that I make. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, totally, yeah. I mean,
I know it's a selfish thing, but it's a realistic thing as well. And that's just not how that's gonna work for me anyway.
yeah, I know, the whole thing about marriage has lost its meaning in the modern time, right? Especially in the West. So, I mean, in the scripture, it says where there is no law, there's no was it? There's no sin because the Bible says sin is breaking the commandments, right? So where
Right.
there's no law, there's no breaking it. So I don't think there's a law where it says, even if you think about it, nowhere in the Bible says that a woman will quote unquote take her husband's name. It just,
Mhm.
it says they become one flesh. But one thing the scripture emphasizes is the children take on their father's name. That's how it represented. So in a way, it seems like culturally, it seems so. But uh, I think that's come to think of it. If I can think back, it's probably a Western thing.
Lord, that was my assumption because the only thing I'm aware of, and I can't remember, it's either Numbers or Leviticus. I can't remember which book,
Mm.
but there is a section in there that if a man is divorced and he remarries again, he is supposed to take a year off to assure that that new wife is made fully aware that she is now his and he's not still holding on to the past wife, etc., and so on.
Yeah,
I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember the
yeah.
exact
Oh
wording,
yeah.
but it was something along those lines. But outside of that, other than other than being intimate and that automatically becomes your wife the first time or a writ of divorce and etc. and so on, it really didn't speak on anything else outside of that I can recall.
Yeah.
And for me, it's one of those things where I have children and they're going to maintain my name. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts to that, and rightfully so, both secular and scripturally.
Oh yeah.
But I personally, for me, and I guess what I'm trying to do is make sure I'm coming at it from the right frame of mind and not just from a malicious frame of mind. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You wanna have a no guilt feeling behind it because you're conscious. If your conscience is troubling you, that means before you can make a decision, you gotta think twice or twice.
Well, wait, it's partially guilt. I won't deny that, but more than anything else, and I think you would agree with this. My first responsibility is to do right by the Most High. That's my first responsibility, and that's what I'm concerned about. I want to make sure that that decision is made in respect to Him, as opposed to my own emotional interpretation.
Oh yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
that's the right thing to do, man. Like, I know, in this day and time, like when it comes to biblical topics, people don't respect it and all of it. But I'll say, one of the reasons why I have a sane mind and firm mind is because, I do my best to stick to what the scripture says. And I've witnessed people who are supposed to be, advanced or elders when it comes to the scripture. Some of the decisions they make, you're like, dude, this is against scripture, right? Like, for
Exactly.
example, one thing I've noticed, particularly in people, especially I'll say in my culture, even within my family, is um, the spirit of anger and unforgiving.
Hmm.
Right? We will be quick to forgive a stranger, but we won't even forgive our own family member.
Exactly. Exactly.
We
Yeah.
witness
Yeah.
it all the time. Like, you willing to cut off your own blood, but you forgive a stranger who has no relation to you. Actually, in time of trouble, guess what? They never show up. But your family member, that the one you quote unquote cut off, will basically help you without even asking anything in return, because to him you're blood, right? So
Hmm.
that's what I say. The challenge is, that's what, whenever it comes to scripture, I tell people, I'm not gonna tell you what to do or what to believe in. You, as a conscious person, you'll make your own decision and live with it. Because in judgment day, right, for those who believe, when you stand before the Most High, guess what? I won't be there to help you. Or
Exactly.
if I do, you're
Exactly.
gonna be there, just you and him. He's gonna be asking you questions,
Exactly.
and based on your answer, well, I won't be there to help you. He says everybody's gonna answer.
Yep.
Everyone. Your mom is not gonna be there to be like, "Hey, Most High, please have mercy on it." No, your wife
This
is
is
not
true.
gonna be there. Your son won't be there. Your boss won't be there. It's just gonna be you and him. And guess what? Everybody in that moment will know. It's like, you know how they say sometimes you forget stuff. In that
Hmm.
day, all your memory is gonna be as sharp as now. That's how it's gonna be. But like I said, some people may not believe it, but hey, it's up to them, man. Hey,
Wait.
I choose to believe the possibility that he is, and that if all this is gone and judgment comes, right, and it's a reality, I'll be on the right side. That's the whole point.
Well,
Because
exactly, and that's why I was saying that the, for me, like I said, it's a combination of both His will and my own internal feelings, and I want to make sure they line up appropriately. Because, like I said, and this is not just a me thing. I think this applies to all men who go through this. At
Mhm.
the end of the day, when a your wife discards you, for all intents and purposes, she discards everything. So in my mind, there is no alimony. There is no keeping my last name to profit off of, or just keeping it just because or whatever. I think that when you cast away a child of the Most High because you want to run through the world in a secular fashion, you don't get the benefits.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I
I
mean
mean, I
that.
mean that's just me. It might be a bit harsh, but that's just the way I see it.
Yeah,
You
and
know.
it's. I know America and the first world countries, different nations have different rule, but that's another thing I've seen here, man. Like, it, marriage is supposed to be a beautiful thing, but because we live in an evil world, like, that's why shout out to Brother Hulk. I like the way he puts it. He explains it. He talks about how it doesn't matter what you try to do, how righteous you want to be, because we live in an evil world. Your environment, it's like it's a battle with your conscience, because everybody's doing the same. Now you have to be, was it, the one that sticks out, and
Hmm.
everybody's gonna see, right? The scripture says we're supposed to be the light of the world, right? You're not gonna
Hmm.
light up a lamp and then put it under your bed. Nobody's gonna see it. It's not gonna shine anything, right? But the thing is,
Exactly.
we live in a society that actually don't want the light to shine. They want the lights out. So the best thing to do is, you gotta change the environment. That's what the scripture says. And I'm telling you, bro, like all these things that we're going through, right? When that day comes, when judgment comes in this place, none of this will matter.
No, it won't. It won't. Not in the slightest of that. I'm absolutely sure. Um, it's just like I said, it's a me thing because for me, the direction that I'm going, because this first of all, this is my second divorce.
Mm.
Uh, the first one was her going outside the marriage. This one, in a physical sense, this one is a, how can I put it? Thou shalt not sleep with a witch. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand completely. I understand.
Okay. Yeah. And following that path, and that's not something I'm going to be part of. And much to her chagrin, now they're our children. So I guess I raised them right in that respect, because they're not having it. But like I said, I just that was my thought process because that came up because that's one of the things that I'm asking for. You gotta give up my name. You're not gonna take my father's name and go out there and do wicked stuff with it. I just can't have it. I can't have it.
Yeah, I got the feeling. Is that so? Basically, your battle on it is basically trying to get her to basically remove your name so she can keep hers legally.
Yeah, because that was a topic of conversation, and I expressed wholeheartedly that you got to give that back, for a variety of reasons. Like I said, one, you don't want to be here anymore. You don't get the benefit of it. Number two, the things that you're doing are contrary to my faith and my belief system. And the Most High does not deal with people who deal with false gods. You're not going to take the name my father and his father and all the rest of them that passed down to me to go out there and do that with. I'm not having it. I can't have it.
You know what's interesting? Witchcraft has become a trend. I'm seeing people on Facebook and stuff like that. Look,
Oh yeah.
these people don't understand, right? Crystals. There's nothing wrong with crystals. But guess what? We're not supposed to rely on them. We're supposed to
No,
rely
you're not.
That's what he says, that the people have begun to worship the creation of, it's not the creator, the one who made all. It's like it's dumb. We're greater than a freaking rock. We're greater
Well,
than we're greater
I
than gold and silver.
well,
But it's like humans wanna worship lesser substance. You are greater
well,
than that.
Well, like I said, like I told many people before, those things are fine. They're tools that he gave us. I have no problem with that.
Mm.
And they're supposed to be used appropriately.
Yes.
No different than plants that we're supposed to use medicinally and eat properly and stuff. So I'm okay with crystals. What I have a problem with is, like you said, when you start using them to do seeing into the future, or what I'm saying, you start worshiping them. You start worshiping them as if you can't live unless you have this particular crystal carried in your pocket and around your home. And yeah, that's where the problem comes. And especially with women, especially among women.
Yes.
And I'm not saying men don't do it either, because they do, but I'm saying the vast majority that I've seen have been women. It's like they're searching for something to replace what they know they should do and what they should be and who they should follow. And it's just their they think it's their get out of jail free card. because to me, in my mind, it eventually becomes a situation where you're supposed to follow the Most High, and you follow him through us. If we're on point, that is, you follow him through us. But instead of accepting your position and your station in life, the same way we have to accept ours with him, because we don't just get to do whatever we want either. But instead of doing that, you'd rather go find something else to put your faith in or follow the path on, because it gives you, quote unquote, the freedom to do what you want without, again, consequences or responsibility. Because you think when the time comes and you have to stand in front of them, it's going to be, well, so and so said this, but it's not going to be like that. It's going to be just like you said earlier. That person's not going to be there with you. You're going to have to answer for that. I don't know if I said that right, but
Oh no,
but, it, but
I completely understand where you're coming from, and
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, if I'm saying something, it's not just to you, but to those who will be listening. So that's why you see me all phrase a certain way. Like,
No, no, you're fine.
yeah, like one thing people don't understand, the reason why in the scripture says that witches are supposed to be put to death because the
Hmm.
spirit of witchcraft brings death in the family.
Yep.
If you allow somebody in your house to be a witch, the spirit of death is gonna be in the family. You're gonna see people dropping like flies left and right. At the beginning, it would seem good, like right, oh, it works and all that. I mean, people don't understand. Satan, Lucifer, he's the god of this world. He has power. So if he's a god, that means he has power. And people
Hmm.
don't. A lot of Christians they think that this kind of stuff don't work. I'm like, think about it. You freaking doctor, he's a witch.
Hmm.
He's a witch.
Yep.
You nurse are witches. People don't see the whole thing is see the devil is very deceptive. Yes, the scriptures supports physicians, right? But the thing is, the nation that's ruling the world right now is Rome, and Rome don't worship the creator. It worship the bull god, Lucifer or Yahweh or Jovi. That's him. So
Hmm.
the whole system is gonna be set up under his rulership. That's what the scripture says. Do not be conformed of this world. So and it says what? If the world hated me, right? They'll hate you also. So how can you trust in a system that its whole foundation is based on the devil? You can't. So every influence you're gonna see in society is gonna lead towards that direction. So he has to make it seem beautiful and nice and everything.
Hmm.
And that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. A few years ago, I'm seeing even people that I knew, right? And then what the scripture is. Sometimes you analyze, you see this person dabbling with witchcraft and everything, and then they complain at the same time why their life is messed up, why things are not working as planned. And you know what? Even those people you try to tell them something, you know what? They're gonna give an excuse. They will say, "Yeah, but the Most High, Christians demonize. They're basically they're gonna use excuses, right?" But I'm
Hmm.
like, okay, this is what the scripture says. Says, of all the creation of the world, man is the greatest creation of them all. We were exalted above angels. Check this out.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
All the
Yep.
angels are supposed to bow down to Adam,
That's correct. That is
but
correct.
some refused. So how in the hell you gonna go? You're gonna go down from a being that's supposed to be above angels and start worshiping a damn rock?
Hmm.
Bow down
Hmm.
5 times a day, facing Mecca, worshiping a tree, a cross. Nowhere in the scripture where the Messiah said to worship the cross. No, he says worship the Most High and keep His commandment. He never say worship me when I'm hanging on the cross or a image. Nah, he never say that.
Yeah. Same thing with
But
Star of David and
yeah,
all the rest of them. Yeah.
yeah. To start with David, you see that's another deception. When they say David, they're not talking about King David. They talk about Megan David, meaning this rabbi who came out with that philosophy. That
Hmm.
star is they call it was it in witchcraft the seal of Solomon or the star of Moloch.
And the funny part is that the Seal of Solomon wasn't even 6 points. That's what makes it so funny.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's and yeah, it's just yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
I'm saying it's a
Um,
popular thing now. That's when I'll say I'll say first, I thank the Most High that something in my spirit was like just have an open panel because I just came back from work, right? I had a little test channel where I can stream on 2 different YouTube channel because last time I tried it, it wasn't working. But
mhm.
this time it's working fine. Like I can go on either channel and basically I'll hear the feedback. It sounds good. But then
Okay.
something in my spirit, I was like, you know what? Before I can relax and probably rest for today for my next run, I'm like, let me open a panel. Who knew that you were gonna show up? See, nothing
Well,
is a
well,
coincidence.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I told you I can't. I was sitting in the backyard in the garden, and I was just thinking about this question, and I was like, I'm gonna need to ask somebody because I want to make sure I'm doing this for the right reasons. And I came in, I sat here for 10 minutes, and something said, "Let me go see what's going on YouTube." And there you were. There you were.
Welcome to the show, and hopefully, you'll catch some of the coming stream I'll have, and I even have some previous one. In my
Oh,
channel, basically, I mixed up,
yeah, I
scripture,
know.
fun,
Oh,
and
oh, oh,
everything.
oh,
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I know. I saw Sunday when we were on with Azen.
Oh yeah,
I subscribed right there while we were talking, and I started checking them out. Yeah.
yeah. Thanks,
Oh
man.
yeah.
I know
Oh,
that we're living in a time, man. Like, the scripture says, it says he will gather uh the elect from the elect, meaning the Holy Spirit is gonna gather those who are chosen to connect. That's why he said the whole, yes, church was fine and all, but we're living in the last days where it's no longer gonna be like the always. It's gonna
oh
be
no, no.
this. Yeah, that's how we're gonna
Yeah, that's
connect,
good.
because the time when it's time to leave, guess what? All of us will know. We won't even need to talk to each other. It's gonna be instinct. That voice is gonna be like, drop everything and
Hmm.
leave. And we're coming to a time where if you're attached to physical stuff, whether your car, your house, even money,
Hmm.
be ready to lose everything, because you're gonna get
Well,
more.
well,
Yeah, that's
I
the
got it.
lose it.
Well, I gotta be honest with you. Going through this divorce and everything, I'm not taking anything. I don't care anymore. So
Yeah.
I just because it's not good. It's not gonna do anything for me. It's just it
You're gonna
just
get way more than what. Look,
yeah. I would just rather have like a off somewhere in the mountains with a small piece of land, and I'll just live off of it. That's good enough for me. I mean, that's where I'm at right now.
yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah. Hey,
I
hey,
don't
you
want to
believe in the Most High, right?
say again.
I say you believe in the Most High, right?
Oh, absolutely, without question, without doubt.
Yeah. So if you were to hear that in 5 years the new kingdom is gonna be established on this earth, how would you go about it? If you know, quote unquote, this world as we know it, the whole system that we enjoy only has 5 years to go, and after that, the kingdom. What would you be doing for the last 5 years before everything go? This whole system is thrown off and Christ instilled the new kingdom. What would you do?
Actually, the same thing I'm doing right now. Just walking away from everything that I have or own because I don't really need it. I'll be spending more time with people of like mind who I hope um, are part of that elect, like you said, and spreading the word, spreading
Yeah,
the word. It's just every time in my mind's eye, every time I see it, for some reason I see myself living like the disciples. I have no home. I'm just moving everywhere. Um, and maybe that's an exaggeration of my own mentality. I don't know, but that's for some reason that's how I see it in my head. I'm and I've had this conversation with a lot of people. Azen and I have talked about it, and a couple other associates. I'm done. I'm burnt out. You know. Um, Not really interested in being around people. Definitely don't want to be involved with women, and I just tired. I'm ready for it to be done. Does that make sense?
hey, bro, I perfectly understand, man. Like a lot of brothers, they go through it. Hey, I'm a bachelor. I've never been married. I see myself having a family, but seeing the way this nation is going, I'm like, man, I don't want
Yeah.
to build anything here because I love children, and I was a child one time, and I understand the psychology, how education and having a sound family can affect your mind, because I've seen
Mhm.
some of my friends who didn't have what I had, right? And from the experience of my parents, I'm like, hey, I'm gonna do better than them. And I'm like, but this nation right now, I don't see it happening, man. I don't see it happening. Why
Well,
would you
what's
put me out
interesting.
here? Mhm.
What's interesting, and I'd like your thoughts on that too. Um, where this nation is concerned, we have an understanding it's Babylon. and we have a command to come out of her. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So I guess the question would be is where would come out of her, where would that mean we go?
Uh,
Because I because it's like you know Babylon the whore, come out of her before the end times, etc., and so on. And then there's another section in there where it speaks on go into the mountains, etc., and so on. But I sit here and I think to myself, well, if leaving Babylon, where does that mean we go? Or is that one of the things where we wait until we're called? Does that make sense?
mm. On that,
And told,
yeah,
called and told where to go, so to speak.
yeah. This is what I'll say. Like the scripture says, pray and the Holy Spirit will guide you. And it can be as simple as, like, for an example, you know what? You'll be like, well, there's a particular nation I want to check, right? You let's say travel, right? You go
Hmm.
there and check it out. If you like it, you'll be like, what? Maybe I can see myself having building a family. And then what will happen is, if it is meant to happen, everything is gonna run smooth. Like, the Most High is gonna put the right people on your path where they're gonna guide you. And
That's true. That is true. That is true. That's very true. Yeah.
we're coming to a time where we will have to do it, because
Yeah.
the sign, a lot of people don't know. This I'll tell you, for my personal belief, my biggest sign that it's time to leave everything and walk away is when Iran is attacked. That's my only sign that I'm watching. Once you hear on the news that Babylon and Israel over there come together and strike Iran, and you see on TV there's a declaration of war, like, like how George Bush did back in 2003. Remember,
Oh
where
yeah. Oh
come on
yeah.
TV and say this is a declaration of war against Iraq because of dictatorship, blah 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 blah, and so forth. And we start
Hmm.
seeing like the planes going over there.
Hmm.
According to the scriptures, it says when you see that, get out,
Yep.
get
Time to
out.
go.
Don't
Yeah.
look back.
Yeah. Because
Find a
I was
place
looking.
of
Because I
refuge.
yeah. Yeah. Because I was looking at all that, and I was watching, and I've been watching China. Because I'm a retired soldier, so I keep an eye on all that to be
Yeah.
sure.
Mhm.
um, I'm sorry. Did somebody pop in?
I think it's Brandon L, but he changed his name to Entanglement L. Bro,
What's going on, brothers?
hey, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing?
What's up, Gabe? I see you in the building. Peace, bro. Peace. Yeah, he's on the comment chat. But yeah, I mean, I'll say, bro, brother Lawrence,
Yes.
you maybe you don't realize it, but what's happening is the Most High is getting you. He's preparing you. Remember, it's here's my understanding that I've come to understand. When when the Holy Spirit starts to connect you with the Most High, right?
Hmm.
Because people don't realize, a lot of us, we were brought up under Satan because he's the God of
Yes.
this world.
Yes. That is true.
But
That is
when
very true.
when we find the real power, the creator of everything Satan has given you, he starts to take away.
Well, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I've already come to the realization I didn't need it anyway.
He starts to take it away, right?
Yeah.
If he
Because
gives
this
you
is
cars, he will take it away. If he gave you your wife, he'll take it away. If he gave you your husband, then you'll be in your mind, you're gonna be like, oh my god, I'm losing everything. What's wrong with me, right? But if you don't have the discernment that the Most High is separating, why? So it's just gonna be you and him, so he can mold you and shape you on how he wants you to be. That's why he
but you
says,
know
if you follow me, you will lose the world.
but you know what's interesting though? I've been on this path now, I would say roughly 3-4 years. And I can honestly sit here and say and put it out there with no shame, no reservation, anything. Everything that's taken from me, I don't find myself being upset about. People look at me like I'm weird. You should be upset about this, etc., and so on. But I'm not. To me, I'm assuming the greater the cross to bear, the greater the reward at the end. And like I said earlier, it's not something I needed anyway. Is it painful? Well, of course. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. It's painful, but it's not the kind of pain that my world's crumbling or I can't do without. It's not so much about losing it. It's just about, I guess in my mind, the history of it is gone. Does that, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right.
Oh, no,
Losing
I understand.
losing the physical objects and aspects, for some reason it's not bothering me. It's just that, like I said, it's the history of it. You've been with somebody this long and now it's ending. Your children are at this age and they're doing these things and they're going this direction. It just, it's just basically the memory of it more than it is the actual loss. And I don't know if that's odd or not, but I find myself remarkably relaxed. I know a lot of people think I'm crazy when I say that, but I do. I find myself remarkably relaxed. And it's fascinating because I've reached points where like Aizen and I have talked about, where the paperwork's not even finished yet. The ink hasn't even been written or dried or anything like that. And there's already a crap load of women that I've known in my lifetime who are literally, I mean, they're like flying straight towards me, and it's ridiculous because I sit there and I laugh at them. We've established I'm not doing this again. I don't want that. You all know this. Why are you bothering me? But that's the nature of the beast. It's all about resources. It's never been about me. And I think for a lot of men, that's the most disconcerting thing, to realize that it's not about the value of you as a human being, but they value you only because of the things you can get, bring, or have. And that hurts anybody. You know what I mean? Because you want to be valued for who you are, not for what you have. But that's the nature.
Can I play devil's advocate?
I'm sorry. Who's that?
I think that's Brandon.
Do you hear me? You guys hear me?
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to be fair, like don't as men kind of do that same thing to women? Like we look at their beauty and look at them as hate to say it, as sex objects.
Well, no. I'm not saying we don't. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But when we get down to the full basis of it, the actual foundation, you have to look at the difference between the two. For us as men, everything that's required of us is tangible. If you look at everything women are providing, it's intangible. See, at the end of the day, they're offering sex. There's enough women out there. You don't have to lock down with one woman. So that's intangible. They're talking about cooking, clean. They're talking about cooking, cleaning. We know how to do that. That's intangible. But when it comes to us, they want tangibles. Yes, they want cars, they want houses, they want bags.
Extra.
You see what I'm saying? So that's I'm not saying, I mean, both have their problems. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, saying one gets away and the other one doesn't. What I'm saying is that if you look at the full picture of what's being offered on either side for what's considered value, they get more than we do. Because realistically speaking, she can be sexy, she can be hot, but guaranteed, as soon as you put the ring on it, she's going to stop taking care of herself. You won't get sex as much. She's going to put on weight. I mean, but for us, we got this year's car. 3 years down the line, they want us to get that year's car. If we got a 2-bedroom house, they're going to want us to get a 4-bedroom house. I mean, for us, it's always tangible. Is why what they're offering is intangible, because everything they offer, we can already do ourselves, with the exception of sex. And like I said, there's enough women.
I always said especially now, we got washing machines and microwaves. Like back in the 1900s, of course we needed women to be there to cook. It was harder for women, to cook and clean the house, because they had to use a lot of tools and make a lot of things to provide for the family themselves. Create for the family to make clothes and stuff. So they had it harder. But now it's so easy, to the point men don't really need women but for sex.
Well, even back then, before we had all those tools, we still had bachelors, so they were doing it themselves. That's why it was so important for them to find a good family who had a daughter that they were willing to give away and marry and stuff like that. And truth be told, they didn't get those women. They got those women at a young age, and they didn't get those women for that. They got the women because the vast majority of us were agricultural back then. So what you wanted was a young woman who can give you a lot of kids, who can help you work multiple acres of farmland. That's what you really, and companionship, of course. But outside of that, there were still bachelors back then. We knew how to go down in the river and we knew how to go down to the river and beat some clothes in a rock. I mean, that wasn't nothing new. The vast majority of us, cowboys, etc., whoever you want to pick, lived out on the open field. We'll we'll get some rocks and hit a fire and throw whatever we killed and cook it right there in the middle of the forest or whatever.
People still do that. People still do that today, especially in Africa. People still do that today.
Yeah, they do. They do. I know how to do it. Yeah, I mean, that's easy to do. I can do it regular. I could do it with sterno, 6 after a dozen. But I mean, just with the devil's advocate thing, like I said, it goes both ways. It's just that at the end of the day, what's being offered, and what's being offered. What there's a thing my cousin used to tell me. There's no robbery in fair exchange. And he's been telling me that since we were kids. I'm talking because I'm in my 50s. He's been telling me that since we were like 13, 14 years old. There's no robbery in fair exchange. And at the end of the day, as men, we have to seriously start looking with the women of today. Is that a fair exchange? Because it's not. Because if we're going to provide all the tangibles, she's only providing intangibles. And then suddenly, because for whatever reason, she's having a bad day, she didn't like that you told her no about something, get up, divorce you, and take all of it. That's not a fair trade.
See, that's the problem. That's the main problem I have with marriage. It's like, okay, if we decide we want to break up or have a divorce, we just go our separate ways. But this my thing though. If let's just say me and my wife, we having a good time, everything's good, she's doing everything, keeping her body right, all the things I want her to do, keep the house clean. But for some reason, I meet a new young girl. Now, I'm be honest. If I want to divorce my wife, I feel like I'm obligated to have to pay my wife because even the career, I just want you around the house and raise the kids. But if I want to be with a new woman, I just feel like I'm obligated to pay that spousal support.
Well, see, you have to understand. Well, first of all, you have to understand the actions on how that's going to go, because again, we're looking at two different mentalities when it comes to that gender aspect. See, a woman will monkey branch, and if you're her husband and she sees somebody who's better, more values, can give her more, she will monkey branch to him. No ifs, ands, or buts. And while monkey branching to him, she will take everything from you in the process. Okay. However, we as men, not saying we don't do that, but what usually happens is that as men, we don't try to divorce the woman. We just try to keep a side piece. 9 times out of 10, that's what men will do. We'll have our wives, and if we see a chick we want to hook up with, she'll be a side piece. We don't just start stripping our wife of everything that we ever gave her, or telling her she can't see the kids anymore. We don't as men, we don't do that. I mean, in all
for me
honesty,
personally, if my wife went outside of the marriage and wanted to cheat on me, whatever, I might keep the kids away from you because you decided to leave this marriage and be with some other guy, whatever. Hey, don't be with him, and I handle my own kids by myself.
I don't disagree.
Can you guys hear me?
And I shouldn't have to pay nothing either.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have to pay no spousal support, no nothing.
Yeah, hold on a second. Somebody was saying something.
Hey, yeah, this is Gabe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's up?
Oh, hey, I'm sorry,
Gabe?
man. I'm sorry, man. How you doing?
Hey, good. No, I think it's at times I think it can be a gross generalization that every woman is just going to leave her dude if she finds a dude who can offer her, I guess, more tangibles, I guess, or more material. I don't think that that's always the case. I mean, I think that
it's not. It's not. I'm sorry if I made that impression. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry.
Oh, no,
I didn't mean to say it all the time.
Oh, okay. I don't know how like deep in this space you are, but a lot of it's kind of like a talking. It's like something that's common that a lot of people say. You say, "Oh, she's gonna leave you. She's gonna dip. It don't matter."
Get out of there, Gabe. Get out of there.
Well, but that's what, and that's my fault, because truth be told, and that's on me, because what I usually say, which is more accurate, is that I don't necessarily believe every woman will do that. What I'm saying is that based on the laws, the situations, and the way everything
You want
is
to
set up
protect
in the
yourself.
West,
The bottom line.
she has the
Yeah, what's
possibility
that?
she has the possibility to be. I guess that's
Right.
what I'm trying
Sure.
to say. Because they make it
Sure.
very easy for any woman to make that decision without consequences.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I guess it only depends, but yeah, I know what you mean. I mean, it does. The laws definitely are in a woman's favor. I mean, if she decides to leave a marriage, but yeah,
Yeah. Because at the end of the day,
yeah.
To
because at the end,
I'm
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to add to what Gabe is saying. See, the whole thing is, uh, most of that people generalize, but it's like, logically speaking, like if you're a man and you still marry, you're good, you're safe. But
yeah.
the thing is, once you divorce, then now you're living a different reality. I can use an example with my own circle. One of my homie, he's a Marine guy, right? He married
Oh,
his high school heart. I think they got 3 kids. I knew them since high school.
Yeah.
They've been married. Well, they were boyfriend and girlfriend so many years, and then they got married for 8 years. Guess what?
Mhm.
Out of nowhere, they broken up, and he was on Facebook, like basically just insulting her, saying things. He said this lady, but the thing is, coming from my side, I'm like, wait a minute, they've been together for 8 years. To me, I'm like, they're a wonderful couple. But like I say, you just never know. Like I was
no,
saying,
you don't.
Yeah.
No,
you don't know.
you don't.
I think you
because-
never know
because-
unless you're
yeah.
in that marriage, right?
Yeah.
Because it might look really good on the outside, right? It might look like a very
Exactly.
great situation, but you never know the character and the
Yeah.
quality of that type of relationship.
Jada and Will.
Yeah.
I was,
Jada
I
and
was
Will.
just about to say, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
even with
yeah,
Jada and
Jada-
Will, apparently
yeah.
it's been a persistent issue in their marriage, even though they've been married
Yeah.
all these years.
Mm.
But
Yeah,
again,
and you
I
look at
think
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and you look
Yeah.
at you look at me. I'm wrapping up 26 years.
yeah.
Yeah,
You
that-
know,
Yeah.
so for everybody from the outside, it looks like it's the perfect thing. 26 years.
No,
is-
you don't
but-
exist because she gonna run away with all your money.
Exactly. But that's the point I was trying to make, because
Yeah.
if a man would do everything that women do nowadays, good or bad, we'd be ostracized. We'd be part of cancel culture or whatever you want to call it. But the fact that the laws and the system are in play, that women are rewarded for bad behavior,
Yeah.
that's the problem. And here's the thing. Yeah, you could have a great woman. She could be with you 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, but she knows in the back of her head, and you should always know too, that all it takes is one morning for her to get up and go, no, and it's all over. And if you look at it in reverse, we couldn't do that. We'd never be able to get away with that.
I mean, I think a lot of that has happened even as it concerns businesses, right? In COVID. I mean, people
Yeah.
wake up one
Yeah.
morning, like the airlines woke up one morning and they were like, oh, we got to ground all our planes. The NBA, literally in the middle of a day of games, they stopped the whole season. I mean, I think, and that's why I look at it as like life is just a big risk equation. It's not something to be afraid of. It's something to really count the loss or count the cost of going into a certain lifestyle choice, rather than being
No,
afraid, like, oh, that's scary. Like, I'm not saying this is you, but I think a lot of dudes approach it like this. It's like, oh, she ain't get me for nothing I got, this and that.
Oh, they do, but
Yeah.
at the end of the day, that's gonna be an individual human nature thing. There are gonna be those who are gonna walk around being afraid all the time. There are gonna be those who will take the risk, and regardless of the consequences, and there's gonna be those who just don't want to play the game at all.
And it's okay, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
those options are okay, right? And I think another piece that people don't really recognize is that, and this may be kind of different levels of society. I know several circles of individuals who, when they don't want to be together anymore, when she wants to get a divorce, a lot of times they settle out of court. A lot of
That's
times
what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
he'll
doing.
say,
That's-
a
yeah.
lot of times
That-
he'll say, listen, how much do you want? And then we can go our separate ways. This happens
that's what I'm-
all
yeah.
the time in many different types of relationships.
I got a question real quick. I know I heard of back child support. Is there such thing as back spouse support?
I never heard of that before.
I've never heard of that one.
Because
Okay.
it doesn't like because you divorce and I guess people come to some type of terms with the courts and with the divorce lawyers.
Yeah.
Typically, the divorce lawyers and the courts get involved if it's an issue where it was a lot of like domestic abuse or people are just.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I agree. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Real quick, I'm looking it up. It is such a thing.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
It is such a thing. I'm looking at it now.
Yeah.
How to collect past due alimony? Yes, sir. It's
Yep.
real.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's if someone is
So I said this if
Mhm.
go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say, I always told myself if I ever got a woman pregnant by accident, I always told myself I'm gonna go to the court with my child support. You know, so now I'm looking at this now, but back spouse support because I don't want to be married. You know, if I do want to have kids, and so if we get divorced, I'm definitely gonna. I guess I got to do that too.
Well, here's the trick. Here's what's weird about it, because like I said, this is my second divorce, and it's my last. I'm promising you that. But see, here's the thing about it. Going back to what you were saying a second ago about settling out of court, that used to be something that worked very well. If you and the other person come to agreement on what's what, etc., and so on, you go in, you fill out the paperwork. You don't even need an attorney. You can usually get a paralegal real cheap to help you fill out the forms, call it a day, meet in front of the judge, settle it, 30 days, you're clear and free. But what they do now is that even if you and your soon-to-be ex-spouse comes up with an agreement, you have to appear in front of a judge, and the judge can alter that agreement, whether you like it or not. Whether either one of you. Yeah. So like say my current wife and I go in and we do that. If he doesn't like what we wrote, he has jurisdiction to override it, shift the numbers, and make it what he wants it to be.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's the way it works. That's the way it works. And that's why I was saying that the way the rules are set up, you as a guy, you cannot win. You just can't.
Yeah.
And like I said, every woman in this country, and probably Canada and Israel, because they and England, because they match pretty much damn well the same, knows that. They know this. And that's and in my mind, that's how they're able to keep, for lack of a better term, a lot of their men in check. Because they know I'd rather give in to her, even though I don't agree with it, than have her take everything that I've done. We're talking about men who have spent 30, 40, 50 years of their life building up their business, their brand, their hustle, whatever, their bag, whatever you want to call it. And a woman who comes in and had nothing to do with that.
See, and that's all
can walk away with everything.
Yeah.
There was a couple
here really quick. I just want to make a quick point, just as it concerns that whole thing, right? It's like I think that's highly encouraged, is that men should build themselves up. They should get as much money as they can. They should advance as much as they possibly can. And brothers, absolutely. I think they really try to hold on to the idea that she's gonna take half, she's gonna take half, she's gonna take half. But when you are in a really good situation, what is half? Like Dr. Dre, they really bring that up very often, right? Mm-hmm. Half of what, $800,000? $400,000? What is half? Like, what can you really? Really spend all that?
You need $1 million. That's all she need.
But see, here's
what is 400 million?
But see, here's the funny part about
that.
Yeah, but see, here's the funny part about that. Technically, they like to use the word half, but when you total everything up, it's actually more. It's 3/4 or more, because let's say he's got $800 million, because he's close to being a billionaire. $800 million. She's going to take 400 of that for spousal support. Then you turn around, she's going to get that house. Then you turn around, she's going to get that car. Then you turn around, she's going to probably get a couple of other million for whatever number of children.
Is that like a guarantee, or is that something negotiated? Like,
trust me, it's a guarantee. It's a guarantee,
especially in California.
Even after
especially in California.
I mean, typically the children. That's typically for the children or whatever. Like, why is that like a guarantee?
Because here's
they don't have any children in the house.
Well, no, I'm saying if they have children. If they don't have children in the house, it's a non.
Children.
Okay, then that won't be calculated in, but everything else will be. Everything else will be, from the house to the cars to the bank accounts, and in a lot of cases, especially with extremely successful men, they'll get they'll get a percentage of ownership on whatever company they have. As a matter of fact, there was a gentleman in England who divorced his wife almost 30 years ago. They had a son and they had a daughter. He paid child support. He gave her an exceptional package. I mean, double-digit millions. And then he let her have the house. He made no argument. And he bought more land about a mile down the road, built a house on it so he can be near his kids. And everything worked perfectly. In 20 years, she blew through all that money. The house was almost up for foreclosure. She went back into court, laid claim she had a right to more money, even though this is 20 years later. He went into court, he fought it, and she won. And she got half of everything else he still had left. She took 51% stake in his company. It went so bad that their son refuses to talk to her because, and I quote, "Why would I want to talk to my mother? She just stole my inheritance." Just like that. You got another kid in Virginia last year, 20-something, him and a girl on a lark decided to get married. They were married for less than 30 days. They went in to get it annulled. The judge refused to annul it, made him file for divorce, and for being with her for 30 days, he is on the hook for paying her alimony for the rest of his life.
Hey, I caught the calls.
Like I said, this is no joke. Now, my math is that you were married, you're both in your 20s, you're married to this woman less than 30 days. How does she have a right to take everything you make for the rest of your life when she's not even there to help you contribute? At least back in the day, it used to be, well, she took care of the house, she took care of the kids, she did this, so you could go out there and make the money. That's not even an argument anymore. It's just that you married her and she gets it.
Sounds like a situation with lawyers, right? Because I mean, just like I know people who have had to go to prison or to jail for parking tickets because they didn't have proper legal representation. It sounds like you got to have better lawyers, better representation. Because I don't know all the stipulations. I can't.
Well,
I do know that people are taking advantage of. I do know that people are taking advantage of in legal systems because they don't have proper and adequate representation.
Well, yeah, that's always the case, whether it's civil or criminal. But the issue here is that you have a situation where the opportunity for a man to get that fair representation is infinitely difficult because the lawyers are in on it, the judges are in on it, the child support officers is in on it, Social Security Administration is in on it, welfare, state welfare is in on it. You know, I mean, that was one of the fights. That was one of the fights.
Proper legal representation is them being in on it. Like I'm trying to understand that point.
Yeah.
You said they're in on it. So the lawyer that's representing you. Wait, 1 second. Let me ask the question. The lawyer that's representing you is incentivized for not fighting for you adequately.
That is correct. And because in all fairness, if you look at attorneys, and I'm saying this as somebody who's got 4 relatives who are attorneys and 3 who I grew up with, and I went to law school at Boston University.
Yeah, sure. But
I went to Boston University for pre-law. So here's the thing. 9 times out of 10, what generally happens, and I'm not saying it's all cases, but what generally happens is attorneys churn your money. They keep the fight and the argument going on as long as possible because they get to rack up their hourly fees.
Rack it up. There you go.
Now after that, that's only phase. I'm sorry. What was? I'm sorry.
You're saying that this is phases, so they rack up for the hours. What's the next?
Yeah. It's phases. The next phase is that they work out a negotiation between you and your spouse's representative.
Sure.
Okay. And what that generally means is they make sure they put the man on the hook to pay both the legal fees as you represent them and your wife's legal fees. Okay. Then you step back one more level and you have, well, before he passed away, Judge Scalia, who sat on the Supreme Court, who actually passed a judgment where he made it abundantly clear that child support is just welfare recompensation. He made that abundantly clear. So what you have here is you have states who are in it. Now after you get past that, the lawyer and the judge, for every dollar collected from a man for child support, regardless of what state, the federal government gives you $3 in addition to that.
Yeah, this isn't about child support. This is just about legal representation to get somebody their best bet for a
No,
divorce,
but I know,
for
but that's
males
what
and females.
that's what I'm trying to
Not
explain to
child
you.
support.
No, I know, but that's what I'm explaining to you. So with everything I just said, child support, and then you add on top of that with alimony, what you have is you have a racketeering system. How are you going to get proper representation when the entire goal of every phase I just said to you is to take your money?
All lawyers are gonna try to try to rack up their hours no matter what, right? That doesn't mean that
No, but
the
they've stepped
quality
outside of that.
1 second. That doesn't mean that the quality of their representation is gonna degrade because they are trying to get as many hours as possible in. The second
Well, no.
phase that you mentioned, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm so sorry. My bad.
Or you can go ahead.
No. Please. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
I kind of lost my train of thought. So go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm so
It's all good.
sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry. No. I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree. It's just that when it comes to this particular situation, and when I say situation, I mean family court. I wouldn't say this applies to every particular section. Having an attorney who's going to juice you for billing hours is expected. What I'm saying is that once you step outside of that billing area, that billing section, it's no longer about you and that attorney, because that attorney should not be working with them on how to get more money out of you for child support, alimony, etc., and so on. He should not be working in conjunction with the federal government, the SSA, or the state or the judge on how to get more money out of you. His job is to protect you from that. You see, that's the point I'm trying to make about where the split comes. Yeah, billing me as much as you can. That's what all attorneys do. I don't care about that. That's their bread and butter. But when you step outside of that, you're not billing me as my representative anymore. You're helping them figure out how to get more money out of my pocket in addition to what you're billing me. That's a problem to me.
So
Because
in
now
every single case, a male's legal representation is going to try to get as much money out of the male in negotiating with the woman's legal representation. Just
Yes.
always.
Yes, as a matter
I
of
find it hard to
fact,
believe, man.
they made it.
That's not
They made
experience. Like, I haven't
they
seen
made
that.
they made a documentary on it called Divorce Corp. They made a full on. No, I kid you not. I kid you not. Almost a 2-hour documentary on it, and there was a couple of attorneys who got disbarred because they stepped forward to tell the truth about it. And then there's another one. I can't remember the clip itself, but she refuses to have her face shown because she doesn't want to have repercussions. And then there's another attorney who was on TED Talk, a tall, slim, white, blonde-haired woman. I can't remember her name, where she talked about it as well.
So they said that. So they got disbarred because of what again? Because they talked about.
Because they stepped forward to
exactly?
tell. They step forward to tell people how the system is working in family courts, how they're technically robbing fathers of both their cash and their children, etc., and so on. I'm looking it up. I'm looking.
So that's family court. So like divorce court.
Yeah, they're talking about. They're talking about family court.
Between the two. Okay, you're talking about family court.
Well, family and divorce court are the same thing. They're all in the same thing. Divorce court, child support, alimony. That's all part of family court.
So children that are not involved. There's no children in the picture. There's a different court of the same court.
Yeah, it's a separate court. Basically, Gabriel, like if let's say if you had like you wanted to deal with that situation, guess what? It's not gonna be a regular court. It's gonna be a separate court. Oh
no, I definitely understand that. I just hear a lot about children, but I'm trying to understand. Just get the clarification.
Well, no, yeah, but no, each one had okay. There's child support court, there's alimony court, there's divorce court. Each one is its own thing, but they all fall under family court as a whole.
Right. So like alimony court, right? Divorce court. Those are what I'm more familiar with. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about no children involved whatsoever.
Yeah, but the way they got the system set up right now, it's just like I said, you can't win. You can't win. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's all of them. but we can't deny that it's the vast majority. There's no doubting that. And I'm trying to see if I can put this in here for you. Can I do that? Okay, I just put it.
Put on the private chat.
I just
put it in private chat.
Did you see it?
No.
Okay, I just put it in the top chat. Okay. I don't know how to do the private chat.
Like you should see, like if you're on your phone, you should.
No,
look
I'm on my computer.
Yeah, you should look on the far right where I think you should
Comments.
have like an option where it
Yeah,
says
private chat.
private chat. You can miss it, you'll see it.
Private chat. Okay.
If it's not on the right side, it should be in the bottom.
Okay, I'm looking at the chat box itself, and then I see hide chat,
What's going on?
and that's all I got.
Like, what up?
Hey, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Not bad at all.
Where am I at? Oh, for crying out loud.
Let me post something on the private chat. You see like a red okay, let me just type a number and then
Wait a minute, I got it.
All right.
Yeah, I got it. And your number just popped in. I got it. Okay.
All right.
You still driving
There you
faster?
go.
No, I'm actually at home right now. Like I finished like around like 11, so I'm basically chilling at home right now before I can take my little nappy nap. I was like, you know what, let me do a stream, and here we are. We got people coming in. I guess I did a good thing.
Nice.
So what's the deal with all this like divorce rates going up like literally every year?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, is
I haven't
not
heard that
what
either.
you guys were talking about?
No, I didn't hear the question, is what I'm saying.
Oh, like what's the deal with all the divorce rates going up? Like near enough every single year, climbing from I believe 2013, maybe even before that.
You mean you're asking why is it happening, or you're asking how much is it?
No, like what would your opinion be on like why it's happening, and also the effect on predominantly the man in the relationship, because obviously we already know society is civil partnerships and whatnot.
Oh, anybody want to take that first?
I don't know. It sounds like you have some ideas and opinions about it. How about you take the first swing about it? The gentleman who asked the question.
Oh,
well, I mean, yeah.
I would say, well, divorce rates. I think, well, for some reason, yeah, a lot of people rush into marriages. They don't know the laws about the marriage, and maybe it was due to premeditated relationships where they felt that they were mature enough to continue on to a legal binding contract with each other. Obviously, the state where we are now, obviously we already know things happen, but I think especially, my opinion, especially in this society, a lot of I would say uncooperation between both sides is pushed on a heavy scale. So I think that's a very, very big factor into why a lot of people who are in marriages divorce.
Understood. It's funny because we have a lot of this conversation very often, so I kind of a lot of times I'm talked out of that point. People feel like how they want to feel about it. I mean, people feel like how they want to feel about it. People think how they want to think about it. One thing that I don't think that people look at, because I think people definitely look at the idea that people go into divorces with the wrong ideas or go into marriage with the wrong ideas. They're not prepared. Women initiate a very high percentage. I think 80% of the divorces, marriage rate. I mean, the divorce rate is what 50% or so. I think that a lot of times people are looking for the negative statistics. Not to say that they aren't facts, but they are. But they are the negative statistics as it concerns marriage. I don't think people ask enough questions about what is necessary to maintain a marriage. Like what factors contribute to those. So for those marriages that are still in existence, what factors contribute to that marriage staying the course rather than ending in a divorce? I don't think people ask enough of those type of questions, but you know, I don't know. That's just how I feel about it.
I would definitely say communication is always key, and I know it's definitely a big factor in one of those in a good ideal marriage per se. What else? Well, it really depends obviously if they have a nuclear family or not, but obviously definitely a good sexual relationship, of course.
Yeah.
Knowing each other top to bottom.
Yeah.
Obviously a good level of trust.
I'm not saying that your points aren't valid, and I think that those all are true, but I think it is an attestament to how much people really think about the question, right? Like people can rattle off the statistics as it concerns what contributes to divorces and relationships not happening, or why certain women aren't good, or why, like, people can rattle that off, but people can not rattle off when things work, right? And this isn't like a pushback or a slight at you, but I think that it is an testament to how much we really ask that question. Like, we understand what doesn't work. What else? Look, what's the other side to the equation, right?
Yeah. What's the solution, of course?
Right. And some people's solution is not getting married, and that's okay. But for those who do want to get married, right, I think it's pretty much optimal for childbearing, for having children. I mean, single family households. They not saying that they're not ideal for the children, right? Having a mother and father, the nuclear family, it is proven, right? It's success in this society. So if people do want to have children, I think marriage is the best option. A lot of times, especially if like somebody passes away, things are automatically go towards the children or the spouse. So, I don't know if you ever heard me talk before, but a lot of people don't. I typically try to stay as quiet as possible.
We got enemies. Hey,
you know,
you have to remember this space is like 0.01% of America. It's a very minority. So whenever you come here, you're gonna be like, because think about it, we live in a real world. Most people don't think like this. Like, we're in the smallest of the smallest of the smallest. So you're gonna get the pushback, be like, get out of here, you married lover, you married lover.
You love, you simp, you cucked out.
But it's like you sucker.
Let me tell you, faster. This is so crazy. This is so like out of this world to me, because somebody saying that they like being married and that they love their wife is way more uncommon in this space than somebody saying that if you're not between 18 and 24, you're a old hole. Like you don't have any value. Like let's just switch those. Let's take that second one and put that in the real world, and let's see what the. I don't know, man. I'm always flabbergasted and confused by the messages in this space. But
I mean, it's a good subject,
Well, I think some of the messages that some of us as men are giving out, at least right now in the current environment, it can be extreme. It can be extreme, and I'm guilty. I'm guilty of that as well. I mean, that's what I try to tell people as much as possible. If we're going to call ourselves men, then we need to be able to look at ourselves as much as we look at who we call an enemy. You know what I mean? So I've been guilty of that myself, and there's still, and I won't lie, there's still a lot of me that I'm having a hard time letting it go if I'll ever let it go. But
Sure.
you know, and some of that's just looking at reality. Some of that is outright hurt. Let's be real. you know.
They won't
I
admit
mean,
the latter though. They will not, and I'm not saying that we are like we're really I guess a conglomeration of experiences, whether those are positive or negative experiences. We are the
exactly.
result of that, right? But a lot
hmm
of dudes don't want to admit that they've been through some mess with some women, and that has worked
It
to
set
their
their framework.
yeah, right. It set their framework, right? They think a certain way about women because of those experiences, whether negative or positive. And it's like they don't want to admit that has anything to do with why they push the ideas that they push.
Oh, then they're not
Whether
ready.
it be stoic, hard, like
Yeah.
I don't know. I just don't think people are being honest with themselves. Like I get it. Like this is a place where a lot of men vent, and they really like. I think that a lot of men come together and vent about a lot of the situations that they go through, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But to really push out any other possibilities of a man being is, I think, it's exclusionary.
I mean, well, just across the board as men, that's never a mindset we should be in. You know, like I said, I'm not a fool. You know, or at least I try not to be anyway. You know, I work
Yeah.
hard at it. You know, I'm no fool to sit here and not acknowledge that. You know, I'm hurt. I mean, I'm a human being. I'm freaking hurt. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's no
Yeah.
shame in that. There's no shame in that. And I know that some of my viewpoints right now are wrapped around that. And I think, you know, whether you talk about red pill, black pill, whatever you want to, I think at the end of the day, yeah, you come up and you get in a men's group and you vent. You vent and you vent and you vent and you do it and you do it and you get it all out. And once you get all that out, you'll be able to step back and hopefully do like myself and realize there's a bit more going on here than just all women are evil. you know what I mean? So and don't get me wrong. Like I said, I still have things that when I'm generalizing, you know, where all women are concerned that I'm never going to do. That could change. I'm a human being. Things change based on experience, location, you know, whatever, age bracket. But I think a lot of guys do themselves disservice when they don't acknowledge the pain, because if you don't acknowledge the pain, you can't do anything else. Because you can come up here and you can vent for a year, 2 years, 3 years, but if you're still in that pain, you won't be able to focus on your purpose. You won't be able to do your hustle. You won't be able to get your bag. You won't be able to just move on with you yourself as a human being, because you're too wrapped up in that pain. Because if you make your life all about the pain and doing nothing but taking down women, you've lost your purpose in life. There is more to life than the opposite sex. There is more to life than just having sex. And that's one of the biggest problems that bothers me about black men. Yeah. Because our entire game, for as long as we've known, has been around chasing the ass. Yeah. you know, I mean, literally, whether it was your uncle teaching that, your dad, your brothers, whatever. As black men, our thing is not about chasing the bag; it's about chasing the ass. That's why we always come up short. And that's because like the saying goes, whether it's a white man, a Spanish man, an Asian man, they will all tell you the same thing, and we know it ourselves. You don't have to chase the ass. If you chase your bag, the ass will chase you.
Yeah.
Every time.
That's why I really appreciate kind of Fasting's perspectives, where he doesn't hold back his ideas as it concerns the Bible, right? I believe in the Bible too. Like, I'm a Christian, and I think that we've seen men in the Bible who have really went after the two things that a lot of men in this space believe is everything. He acquired all the money. He was probably the richest man at the time, and he had all the women. Solomon, right? King David's son. Solomon had all the money, right? Because God gave it to him, because all Solomon wanted was wisdom, and God blessed him with way more than that. And he had all the women. He had all the women from everywhere else. And what was his conclusion? His conclusion: vanity, vanity. All things are vanity. Because that's what he was searching. That is what he was consumed by: his possessions and the women that were there in his space. And I think that one point that you brought up, that's the reason why I think about that, is the whole idea that, life is so much more than women and money. But that's all we're consumed by. It's all we're consumed by.
Yeah,
And I
one,
just
yeah,
think that, it's important not to be.
yeah, absolutely. Because I mean, we're bombarded from two different angles. One is a cultural perspective with chasing women. The other one is a societal perspective with chasing wealth and power.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we're bombarded with it every day. I mean, you can't even sit down and eat dinner without it being part of the equation. I mean, it's just, it's just, it's everywhere. That's why when fasting was asked of me earlier, as time goes on, I find myself not even being interested in those things anymore.
Yeah.
You know, that's why when he
glimmer, right? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but like I said, I think, you know, and I'm not just saying this for us. I mean, as men, just as a whole, we need to find that space again, man, where we can differentiate between what's important and what's not.
Yeah,
because we've lost that, and I don't think it matters what geographical location you're in. I think we're lost that, because at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, whether people want to admit it or not, we set the pace.
Yeah,
we set the pace, and we set the pace because of how the Most High guides us. So we have to get rid of the pain. We have to stop chasing these tangible things, and focus on the spiritual aspect, you know. And that does, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't care what faith you follow, because at the end of the day, they all have the same foundation: peace, love. You know what I mean? So whether you Muslim, Christian, Israelite, Jewish, I don't care. They all have the same foundation. This is what we're supposed to do. If we get back to that, you know, so.
And I think that there's even a principle. I was talking to a YouTuber. She has a pretty big following, and we were just having a discussion about, man, like how there are so many different subjects that men are really focusing on in this space, like game and culture and women and money and capitalism and all these things, that people are like, I don't think that a lot of times we realize that as the coronavirus has plagued the whole entire world, there are people that are suffering, right? Financially, some people can't really, eat the way that they want to eat. I mean, even as it concerns just unemployment, it's about to run up, right? I bet that's just an inevitability. Right. And they're looking at a revisiting of this stimulus package, but there's going to be a gap between when it ends, which this week is going to be ending within the next couple of weeks or so, and when the next stimulus package comes. So I think that leaves a gap of individuals who might need some help. I mean, some brothers who might be miking up and camming up that might need some help during this time. And I was just having a conversation saying, hey, let's like put like a little fun together or whatever. I know we throwing in these super chats and whatnot, but like, hey, it might be some brothers who might be struggling, right? And we could make it anonymous. We could just throw it out there and see what happens. And I think that like that goes beyond, just the typical money and women. It's really trying to help a brother out, right? He's really trying to be there for people when they can't be there for themselves.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And the weird thing about it is that you have. And I say this in full agreement with everything you just said, by the way. But we also have a situation where we have to accept the fact that there's a lot we won't be able to help because they don't want to be. True. Some people enjoy the misery. Misery enjoys company. Some people enjoy playing the martyr, 6 out for a dozen. But there's a lot who you just can't, because they don't want to be. And for me, it's disconcerting. It's disconcerting because and again, I'm just talking about men, nobody else, just men. It's disconcerting because, as fasting, as I was talking in the very beginning, we're the greatest creation the Most High has ever made.
Yeah.
We have an obligation. You know what I mean? I mean, an outright obligation to be the very best, because he made us the very best. And like I tell a lot of brothers who I try to help sometimes, and they always have reasons why they can't do it, why they shouldn't do it, this, that, and et cetera, and so on.
Yeah.
And my assumption is what bothers me the most about men is we seem to be so inherently afraid of living up to our potential. It's
Yeah.
mind-boggling. I
Yep.
mean, it literally staggers my mind. Instead of just standing up and making the move, it's far better to not live up to your potential because it's just easier that way. My brain just
Yeah.
it just I mean it melts sometimes, literally, you know,
It's
and it hurts
not
my
only
heart.
that, it's like not living up to your potential and disliking those who have, or hating on those people who have. It's
Oh
like
yeah, I get it.
he
Yeah,
is over there reading books. Who you think he
yeah,
over
yeah,
there going to work? Like,
yeah, yeah.
like it's,
I've lost a lot of friends over that. I have.
yeah,
I honestly have. And I'm talking about friends I've known for 30, 40 years, man.
yeah.
I hear you. I hear you.
Even this morning, like I was on the panel, Fasten was there. I mean, the biggest thing. Let me tell you their biggest jabs that they were throwing at me. They threw at me that I sound like Poindexter, and they said that I got a wife. Like I don't know,
Mhm.
Pastor. Did you hear anything else? They really thought that was malicious. It's like, oh, go there to your wife and go
Yeah, yeah,
looking like
yeah. I know,
Poindexter.
I know.
I'm
Yeah.
like,
Yeah,
man, like,
yeah.
come on, brother. Like what are we doing? This is like, I don't know. It's just
I
very
used to get I used to get that. I got the whole list.
yeah,
Poindexter, Brainiac,
yeah,
Oreo, Uncle
all
Tom.
that.
Why are you trying to be white? Um,
Yeah, yeah,
my personal favorite, which is how I lost a lot of people I used to know growing
yeah.
up, is I went into the military,
Hmm.
and when I came back, they were literally sitting after 6 years in the exact same spot I left them.
Hmm.
And
Wow.
when I rolled back, and because I grew up in Brooklyn, and when I came back, they were still sitting there, same thing, same people doing the exact same thing. And I came back
Wow.
home. What's up, man? How's it going? Yo, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. So yeah, look at you looking all good. Yada yada yada. Say, hey man, just
Hmm.
trying to live a clean life. And I remember I asked them what's up. It's the same old man. The white man trying to keep us
Same.
down, yada yada. And I looked at him and I was like, wait. What are you talking about? I don't see no white man here telling you to hold that 40 ounce of old gold in that blunt. What are you
Mm,
talking about, man? That's you.
mm.
Oh, so you gonna come back and now you all white? I was like, oh my god, okay, I'm out. So
Yeah.
I'm
That is
out.
that is that's almost like a prescription, right? Like a doctor coming in and telling you that you had cancer. It's like same old, same old. Like
Hmm.
nothing. You have made no progress.
Hmm.
Same old,
Yeah,
same old.
and then
Like
there,
it's
yeah, then there's the
man,
other,
that's something else.
yeah, then there's the other ones who are upset because, well, you make it out, you got to come back and get us and help us out. Why would I do
Yeah, that's
that?
the thing. Yeah,
Why would I do that? Well, we black people, that ain't got nothing to do with anything.
yeah,
I said, so what you're trying to tell me is that I get to go out there, I take all the bumps, the bruises, and the hits, and then
yeah,
I'm just supposed to come back and give you mine? Well,
yeah.
yeah. Are you serious? You really answered that?
Yep.
They're like, yeah. One guy, like, yo, man, it was my boy, man. I mean, we've
Yeah.
been together since like junior high school, and he wanted to start something. What was it? A hobby store, a shop, or something like that. And I
Hmm.
had planned everything out. I had got him all the tools he needed, website, location, yada yada yada. And I'm like, okay, so John, this is what we're gonna do, bro. Okay, we boys. So I build it, you're gonna run it, and we split everything 50-50. Does that
Hmm.
sound now I'm asking you guys, does that sound fair?
Uh, sound like the building would. Well, you probably
Well,
need a little more.
he got better he got a better part of the deal than I did. But
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is I built a website. I found a location. I'm going to pay for the first 6 months of the store, all the equipment and everything in it. All you got to do is run it. We're a partnership 50-50.
Yeah.
Homeboy looked at me dead in my face. No, why don't you just give it to me?
Eesh.
Yep.
I'm like, wait, I'm sorry, John. I didn't hear that right. Give it to you. Give you what? He said, just do everything and give it to me and then get out the way. John, come on, man. We've known each other too long, bro. You can't be saying that to me. You cannot be saying that to me, man.
That's
He said,
crazy.
no, I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I was like, okay, you know what? That's a wrap. I'm tapping out. And I got that a lot. I got that a lot. And it hurts, man. I'm not even going front about it. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts hearing it from people you love, and it hurts from people you don't know. It hurts, period. Because in that respect, it's the same thing I said earlier about women. I'm just here for what I have. Come on, man. That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Family can be like that too. I'm sorry, brother. You were gonna say something. The brother with the lion picture. I think I saw you talking.
No. I'm listening.
Oh, okay. No, I was gonna say I see it with family too, man. It's man, yeah, same. Pretty much the same type of situation. I mean, once you quote unquote come up or blossom into your manhood, they feel like you need to come back and take care of everything they had going on. Like even like I know in my situation, even with my mom, like she felt like, she needed to be on payroll in some way, shape, or form. But she is a nurse with a master's degree. She's a nursing supervisor. And I'm like, why am I responsible to give you anything? And it was like she had an issue with my wife for some strange reason. Like she just didn't accept her or whatever. That was the whole thing. I'm like,
that's typical for all mothers.
But here's the funny part. Everything you just said is the exact same conversation I had with my mother.
Wow.
And I bet you, and let me guess, your mom was a single parent, was she not?
Absolutely. Yes, she was.
Yep.
Now my dad he came around from time to time, but she was a single mother. Yes.
Well, my father passed away when I was a year and a half old. But I had that same conversation. My mother would use every guilt tactic she had. It would be everything from, well, I always thought that after all these years, after raising my children, they would come back and take care of me because I did this, I did that. And I'm like, but that was your job.
I did not have me.
How dare you
have me?
That was my job. And as far as it goes for the wife thing, she did the same thing because that's the thing about women. And I'm not saying it in the negative aspect. It's just what it is. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Yeah, it's a challenge to their authority because as long as she's there,
yourself.
The mother's theory is that she's blocking her from your resources. You know what I'm saying? So
absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. But I had those.
My wife didn't even know what my resources or what my salary was until late in our relationship. Pretty much darn near close to me proposing.
Yep. Yeah, and that's how you
supposed to see how I'm moving or whatever, but she had no idea. And then when she knew, she was like, oh, this is a situation. So, it's a whole thing.
You should have said I'm homeless.
Yeah, well,
man, I was living in North Carolina. I had like $700 in rent. I stayed on a futon. I was cashing everything, man.
You're like back then, not by now. It was back then they didn't want me, but now I'm hot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And the funny part is that I spent decades, man, talking to my family into doing this business wise, that business wise, uncles, aunts, whatever. Because in my mind, my thought process is that it's family. We can run a family business with multiple things in it, and we can all rise together. But everybody had every reason to make fun of me, telling me you don't know what you're talking about. Why are you trying to be like this, and etc. and so on. And then I just left them behind. And then when I started
dream killers, the dream killers.
Are we the same people in different?
See, the funny part is that what I've come to realize, and I've noticed it a lot more even now than it was back then. Mothers who don't have the husbands or the fathers of the children present make that boy, if he exists, her new man.
Yes. I was never a mama's boy. I'm telling you, I was never. I'm the type that used to run up trees and jump down, bust my head. Let me tell you, she trying to pet me and patch up my wounds. I take a sock, wrap it around my arm where I scrape my arm, and I run right back up that tree. And like I was that type. I'm like, I don't want to be baby. I don't want to be coddled. I don't want none of that.
I cannot tell you how many the sides of brownstone buildings. I slid down trying to play Batman.
Yeah. Ain't nothing. Look. Yes.
You
But just
know,
like
I
you
mean,
mentioned, even with the family members acting like you didn't know what you were doing. I know when I got my first rental property, man, this was back in 2012, not too long after I graduated from college.
mhm.
A buddy of mine, another engineer, had told me about this rental properties in Detroit, and he pretty much walked me through the whole process. I acquired my first property, and then I reached out to my family members to help me out because my uncles literally had a carpentry business. They did
Mhm.
carpentry, they did electrical, they did plumbing and everything. I'm like, oh, can y'all come by and fix up this house? My uncle was like, boy, you ain't know what you're doing. Why you get this, man? I don't want to have nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. Blah, 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 blah. Ignored my phone calls and everything. Uncles.
Yep.
These are uncles, my mom's
Yep.
brothers, right? I mean, four or five properties later, they don't have they're
Mhm.
they're literally coming to me and have been asking me for advice. Or acting like, oh yeah, man, you gotta hit me up about this. I see you. I'm like, I don't got nothing to say to you about this. I
Oh
keep it
wait.
very general. Keep it
Oh wait a
very
minute. Oh, but wait a minute. Wait a minute. Not only do they come to me for advice, but they come to me for free housing.
man. That's happened too.
Because we
Yeah.
both because I'm assuming you do real estate like I do.
Yes.
Now my primary focus is commercial, but on occasion I'll do some single family residence.
So
Um
I'm single family residents. I got from foreclosure, so I bought these properties cash. So I don't have
mhm.
any mortgages on them. So,
Nice.
but
Nice.
I've been looking to go into commercial for some time, and we might have to exchange some information. I need some.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I
Well,
was, yeah,
in all fairness, it takes longer and
yeah,
it's more detail intensive, but the payoff
absolutely.
is huge.
Oh, absolutely. I
The
mean, you get a
payoff is huge.
$500,000 property, and boom. I mean, and you're good.
Oh, I'll go you
Operations
one.
at that point in Texas.
Oh, I'll go you one even better. Focus on triple net. Because with triple net commercial properties, man,
Yeah,
you go in there and you get the right you get the right client to rent that triple net. They'll cover
yeah,
all the insurance on the building, the land, the whole 9 yards, and you sit there and you cut checks all day to yourself.
absolutely,
It's a beautiful
absolutely.
thing. It's
Yeah,
a beautiful
it's
thing.
really nice. I'm really looking to get into that point, but right now I'm just trying to build it up. And I do want to get. I actually was trying to make my jump into commercial, but they were just asking way too much for some beat down properties. So I kind of went to some financing options. So
Mhm.
I never knew that they finance rental properties. Like, so you can refinance a rental property and just take the
Yeah.
value out of it. And the fact that I own them all straight out with cash, I don't have a mortgage, so I'm not like supplementing anything. So I'm taking
Well,
some in order to acquire more real estate. I'm sorry, go
yeah.
ahead.
Well, with the commercial, I can't remember it off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to figure out where it's at and get it to you.
Sure.
But there's a there's an organization. Actually, you know what? The better way to do is you have national chains. You contact
Mm,
each national chain, and you get them to put you on a list. And what you'll do is that if somebody, how can I put it? You get
mhm.
you get yourself put on their list, like Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's, whoever, Home Depot, whatever, and you come
Yeah,
across a commercial property. Now the commercial property might be too much as far as you're concerned
right.
for what the value is, but if you buy that commercial property and then you let them know you have this property here in this location, and you do
Yeah.
you do the comps for the traffic flow, how many people drive that area, yada yada yada, they will
Mhm.
actually fix that building up for you just to go in there.
Oh wow.
And then on top of that, turn around and sign a triple net lease with you, which, like I said, will cover the insurance, the maintenance, and everything else. And then you'll be getting a cut, you know what I'm saying,
Okay.
of
See, and that's what they were talking about.
on a
That's
monthly basis. So
See, that's
yeah,
what
it's
they were
doable.
talking about because I'm not informed of all these what they call creative financing options. I don't know all of them, and that sounds like one of them because I don't know about those. Man, we're gonna have
All
to
right.
get
Well,
together. I just threw my email in that back chat, and
oh, there you go.
to
Okay, I got you.
and
I
I
got you.
need to set up some consultation time, and I pay for consultation services too, so I don't mind compensate you for your time. But I'm really interested in really getting more the information about getting into commercial real estate for sure.
There you go. You see mine?
Gotcha.
I just popped it in.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
You see what's happening? Two brothers connecting. This is all it's all about, you
Thanks
know.
to you. Thanks to you, Fast, and thanks for setting up the
Really?
platform. I really appreciate it.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm
man.
like something just told me just fire up a stream and whoever. That's what I say it's open topic. Like I didn't
Mhm.
really prepare any topic for today. I was like, let's just rock it, and look at it
Mhm.
now. We
Thank
started
you.
talking about marriage and now we're talking about networking. See, that's
Uh-huh.
what life is.
But see, that's one of the reasons why I left a couple of other um streamers, YouTubers,
Mhm.
because it ended up being nothing but um uh talking about the hurt from women, all women are bad, yada yada yada. And like I said, I don't have a problem if that's what you want to do because it helps you
Yep.
get through the process. But it needs to be more than that. We need to talk about finances. We need to talk about spirituality.
Yeah.
We need, you know what
Yes.
I mean? It can every episode can't be whining about the same thing, especially, and I was guilty of this myself,
Mhm.
especially when you're sitting there every single stream talking about it's never going to change, it's never going to change. Well, if that's the case,
Yeah.
then dust yourself off and go on to the next thing.
Mhm.
But sitting there complaining every Friday, month after month after month, women bad this,
Yeah.
women bad this. Okay, if they're so bad, stop talking about them. Let's get on to something else.
Indeed. And I think it's just not a path forward for a lot
It,
of those discussions. It's just but the people in this world that really make strides and blaze trails are people who can see a grim and dark situation and proceed through it, right? And they're able to find options. So I work as a consultant, and a lot of times customers come to me with all types of problems that initially I don't have an answer to. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to solve it. But after I put my head down, consult with some other peers, get some different resources, I'm able to give them a very great output and a great, very, very great product, right? And I think that's where I found a lot of my success. So I think it's that piece is important. Moving forward from certain conversations is important. So
oh yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Because like myself when I'm talking to Azen, um, I got on LinkedIn, I've got a private group called the Quiet Council. And what I'm doing is I'm setting it up to pull in um, uh, 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 men who are on their game and and kind of set up like a small little group where we can actually go out and help other men um, get on their purpose, because there's a lot of men who say they want to be on their purpose. Now, some of them are just talking game, but there are some who are serious about it. The problem we have, especially among black men, is knowing what you want is only half of it. A lot of them don't know how to go about doing it. So that's what the quiet counsel is for, to help them fine tune that and send them in the path and direction to go achieve what they're looking for. Because people will get up and they'll say they want to do real estate, but they don't know where to go. I mean, they don't know where to go, what to do, who to talk to. Does that make sense?
Yes, yes, sir. It makes sense, and that's why I'm very thankful. Shout out to DJ Kuda. He motivated me to basically start this channel. Well, I mean,
oh,
this channel already existed, but to basically get into the live streaming and all that, and sometimes you're like, well, do I have a voice that needs to be heard? And look at it. Uh,
yeah.
I have people listening, and so far everything is good. But the second channel, that's where the madness. I'll probably gonna put it over there. I started early this morning.
Yeah.
It was madness, but I'm like here. I'm trying to make it
Oh,
more
definitely.
mellow, and I think organic streams. I think that's actually good because I was okay. Let me just do an open panel. I didn't prepare a theme, and look at it right now.
Yeah.
So I mean, do you think you will find this kind of thing happening in any other streams out here in this space? No, you won't find it. So
Especially not calm, like calm conversations, progressive conversations. It typically devolves into somebody arguing or somebody trying to
yeah,
or
yeah.
yelling at somebody or battling. to some level. So no, I don't see this very. And I've been in this space for like years. I mean, I'm talking 7, 8 years. So me and O'Shea are like we're like friends. Like we talk offline all the time.
Yeah.
And because I remember when the channel was like very very small, and yeah, so that's like I've been around. I wouldn't say I've been around like I'm some type of manosphere OG or anything, but I'm familiar with a lot of the content creators, especially O'Shea. And no, I haven't seen this.
Yeah, I've been here since '09. So I'll say one of the main people I used to listen to was Tommy Sotomayor, Steve Deans, and the Advice Show at that time, because now he changed his channel. But that was way back then, and I remember him and Sotomayor used to go at it. So it's like I was here before all this came to be, because YouTube came out in 2006.
Yeah,
and it was on
somewhere.
And I was still on MySpace. And I remember when I went to college in 2008 in Dallas, Twitter first came out. I had a class where it was like a new media class where we were talking about Twitter. Like the whole thing was I hated Twitter. Like thanks to that class, I didn't like Twitter because the whole thing was about Twitter this, Twitter that, right? And it was unknown back then. It was a new thing. And Facebook came out in 2007. So a lot of people were in MySpace. So basically, I saw the change of social media, with my own eyes. Facebook was popular, and So I was already here in this kind of area, but then now it's like it's way different. Like it's a wow.
Yeah. I mean, you said MySpace. I flashbacked.
Yeah, I was a little kid around that time, man, when MySpace. Gotcha.
Oh no. Yeah, MySpace was the thing back in the day.
Yeah, you could have your profile playing music, and then people would show up, and I mean it was fun. Like, and some of the people that I met through MySpace, I stay in touch. Some people from overseas, like we still, and some of them I met them. Like I knew somebody from Mexico, and I was like, after what, 13 years after we started talking on, I finally met her when I went over there. It was like when we met, it was like we've known each other all these years because you develop friendship. And I've met some people like from Europe. Well, I guess one day when I go to Europe, we're probably gonna meet. But it's like the internet has made the world way smaller than it is.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's true,
man. This is awesome. I really appreciated that you came up, man. Like, it was just an open panel, like no rule. I was like, whoever wants to come in, wants to talk about anything, just show up. I know some people were bored, so
I'm always in front of a computer, so that's why you see me like in this chat room and that chat room. Like I'm always working on some project or something. So I could literally. I could be a YouTuber if I wanted to, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm always on.
Yeah, you could be. Hey, everybody's gonna be. You wanna head over there to the Mary guy. But hey, don't be surprised, bro. Don't be surprised. A lot of guys in the manosphere, we have a lot of Mary guys. Some of them, I guess, they're ashamed to say it. So they'll be like, F those women, and they'll be like, hey, honey, do you want me to go take the trash bag outside? You know what?
Absolutely.
She opens the door, right? He's like, oh shit, mute up. Hey, honey, I was just playing video games.
They definitely do that. I actually do have a channel, but it doesn't talk about anything that they talk about over here. I just threw it in a chat, but it's on cybersecurity and industrial. Yeah, that's all I talk about over there. But I only got a couple. It's podcasts, so it's literally like I have it on YouTube and Apple Podcasts. So,
are you using Anchor?
No, I'm just using Apple Podcasts. So they have an upload web platform. So you just upload it there. But they do like all types of reviews and everything of it before they publish it. So
because Anchor is like an app where you can publish your podcast. You can even set up like a promo so you can get paid. And what happened is they send it to Spotify, like Apple Stream, like
Right.
basically all the podcast links. It sends it to it for free, basically.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm familiar with Anchor. I had it as an app. I used to use it a little bit, but I
Yeah.
kind of like to be able to like. I'm sure Anchor has the feature now, but I kind of like to download like my files of my podcast and be
A
able
lot
to
of work.
edit
Yeah,
it. Yeah, and that's why I only have 4 episodes on my podcast because
yeah.
it's a lot of work.
I
And I
mean,
did like an
imagine
interview.
us, like having like a 10-hour stream, and then that's what happened. Like I tried to download, and actually, it's like too big of a file. So I'm like,
Yeah, it's just a little much. And you got to compress things, and you still want the sound quality to be of a value. Yeah, so
or you have to split it, but I don't have time to wait. I'd have to.
I'll split it, man.
What's that?
I'll split it. I have to split it because I have to. So it's typically so I have a Mac, so I use GarageBand. So it's like an audio file, but I also have to put it on YouTube. You have to make it a video file also. So it's just because you have to combine the audio and the video file together, and then if you want things to be highs or lows or what, it's just a lot. That's why I don't do it very often.
And
I'm
I
in school. So
speaking of streams, I noticed most of the guys that I follow, nobody's having a stream right now. So it's like this hour is like a dead hour. Like there's nothing going on. I'm surprised. Like usually you're gonna have like streams all day kind of thing. I guess it's like a weird Tuesday. Like I'm looking around, I'm like, wow. I'm like, I don't see anybody who's on.
They used to coordinate a lot. The like the Manosphere dudes, like if one person would go live, another person wouldn't, and they'll go live afterwards, and they'll send people over to the streams, or they'll even talk about the same topics. They used to do a lot of that too, but now it's just like everybody's like it's like a free for all type of thing.
Okay, I see Game Changer is on right now, and I get even though I got the bell on his channel, I never got a notification. Yeah, YouTube has been shadow banning him like hard. That's what I'm like,
man. People say some pretty fallacious things, man. Like I heard on one panel, and it's just within the last couple of weeks. They were talking about the Jeff Bezos thing, right, with his wife divorcing him and all that.
Yeah.
And they were saying like if they like there needs to be a new occupation for when women want to divorce husbands, and that women need to just like they need to start making women disappear. I'm like, yo, and like nobody said anything. I'm like, whoa, you guys! I was like, let me get up out of here.
I've said some pretty inflammatory things myself, but nothing like that. Nothing like that.
And nobody said it. Like it was the norm. People laughed, but some other people agreed. I'm like, whoa, this is a whole new place. I'm not this isn't a place for me because I can't be involved in none of that. None of that. I mean, I get it. Like you went through something. You don't want that situation to happen to you. I get it.
Did it affect the video though?
I don't know. I never went back.
I was talking about Black Lives Matter, and I'm black. Guess what happened? It shut down my stream.
I saw that.
Yep.
Yep. I was basically breaking down the Black Lives Matter, what it's about, and they struck my stream.
You're not the only. You're not the only one. I've seen that happen to a couple of people.
Yeah,
but it's funny when I had a stream about who is a Semite, they didn't strike me down.
Not only did they not strike you down, it's still there.
Yeah. I was like, well, hey, I put the premise that I'm a Semite because according to the definition, it says Semitic people are made up of Afro-Asiatic, right? And I can't even prove that even my native tongue, we have words of Hebrew, Aramaic, Latin, and Greek. And the question is, how in the hell are you gonna have traces of Latin in the in the hearts of Africa, hundreds of years before Europeans showed up in the coast of West Africa? How did that language reach there? How? You see what I'm saying? So that's another, a lot of historians. That's what they try to do. I have some books that I bought. It's in French, where a priest that in the 1700s, right? He basically was observing the people, and that's why he wrote that book. Basically, he's breaking down the customs, the religion and comparing it to what he knows, right? So literally in his book, he said that the Bantu people, right, in Central Africa, Angola, Gabon,
Yeah.
Congo, he said those people are the ancient Judeans, because he says there is no way their language, not only their language but their customs and how they do their worship and all that, will be in the middle of Africa without any connection to the east. So, but like I say, because the informations are coming out, they always been there. It's just that nobody cares. Who cares? Who cares about that book? Who's gonna buy it? Nobody. I bought it
Right.
from France, and because I have Amazon Prime, it got here within a week. So I guess planes are flying because, even though we got the shutdown, because I noticed there's no international flights leaving the country.
Yeah.
Amazon planes are moving.
Oh,
Because they
yeah,
have
but that's
things. Yeah.
the thing right there. They're moving. They're using some of the revenue from moving mail with the planes, right?
Mhm.
Delta and United. So rather than packing the planes with people, they're packing it with packages. It's
Yeah.
crazy. So
Mhm.
it's a different
Yeah,
world.
but there's a lot. That's what I'm like. I'm looking forward to talk on like a lot of topic in this channel, and it's gonna be like, if the way I'm doing it, like, even though I'm in a quote unquote manosphere area, like, it's gonna be hard to tell. Like, anybody can come here and listen to the topic. They're not gonna even realize it's, I'm in a manosphere space, because I'm putting different topics that's gonna be basically welcoming to a variety of audiences, and it's, and women can listen too. They're not gonna get these damn women, god damn it, yeah.
Right.
With democracy.
Yeah, well, it's funny because on Aizen's channel we were talking about different topics too, and I've been working on something for him about doing business based on biblical principles, regardless of what that business is. And I know I know I know it's I know as soon as we start doing that, whether it be him over there, you over here, or anybody else, we're gonna have women out the wazoo come. Because
Right.
when you talk
Yeah,
back, when you talk bag, women show. So that's just, and I'm not saying that to be malicious. Actually, I'm just saying that it's humorous, but they will show. But my thing is what I've learned in other chats and other streams is, for me, this is just for me. This is not for anybody else. I just don't interact with them. I don't respond to females in any capacity because I'm here for men. And there's a tendency that women, not all, but some of them have a tendency to drag the topic or subject off in a direction it doesn't need to be, or they start looking for a personal mentor along those lines. And that's great. They can. It's just that's not what I'm there for. I'm there for men first. So it's interesting to watch. That's all I'm saying. It's just interesting to watch.
To garner attention, right? They're just looking for attention a lot of times, and I think even right now, I think it's kind of the explosion of these type of panels, and a lot of people are just at home. A lot of people are bored.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
A lot of people are just like, this is a way to interact without being there with other people physically,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
it's just been exploding. Yeah.
Yeah, and you have a lot of people who are they have a lot of anxiety, frustration, and a lot of people can't take it. Now, I bet I'm wondering the reports about, was it marital problems, because I remember seeing an article where they were mentioning that there have been a lot of cases where there was a lot of domestic disputes and stuff like
Oh yeah, I
that.
believe it.
But
the
because
worst time.
I could not answer anything because of the COVID, it was swept under the rug. But I bet you a lot of it happened, man. The thing about it is, somebody you rarely see, right? And then you get to sit there with them all day because you're scared to go outside.
Mhm.
Now it's that's what I say. You never really live with that person, even though you've been together for years. Now you're sitting there for 4 months, 5 months.
Mhm.
You get to see the bad habits, the good habits, and you just get frustrated. You're like, I can't take it anymore.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
my little My little brother's here in the chat. Okay.
Oh
Eisen,
yeah,
yeah.
Eisen Summer. Eisen.
Yeah.
I'm about to jump off. About to get to some other things, maybe work out or something. I can't stay indoors all day.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
will definitely talk to you guys later.
Oh yeah,
And
thanks,
thank
Gabe,
you
for showing up.
brother. Yeah, I can talk to you
Yep.
offline about some things. I appreciate it.
Oh,
No, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. One quick thing before you go. I just want to say this real quick. For just this is just for you. My my personal interpretation is there are always going to be men who are going to want to get married, and they can, and there are going to be men who are married and they're happy. My theory is this: for those of us that didn't work out well for, we need to get past the anger. We need to learn to adapt and be happy for those brothers who are successful. And when they're not, don't say anything. Just be there and be ready to help them. That's it.
Yeah. And I think it's both sides too, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't think that men who are married should be like, well, it didn't work for you. It sucks for you type of thing. No, it's a very real possibility for anybody in a relationship and anybody in a marriage. And I think that as brothers are expressing those issues, and that's one of the reasons why I'm here, because a lot of times brothers just want to get some steam off in this space. They just want to talk, get steam off, and just congregate in a place where they don't have to deal with a lot of those particular marital and relationship issues. So I think that the married dudes need to understand also that marriage is not the only way, that there are many possibilities for brothers. So I think there needs to be a mutuality of respect and appreciation for brothers choosing whatever they want to choose. So yeah, I definitely thank you for that, and hopefully it's received on your side too.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Like I said, I'm evolving, I think is the phrase. I'm evolved.
Oh yeah. But thanks for having me, man. Great conversations. Thank you for the energy, positive energy. So I definitely talk to you brothers later, all right?
I'm all pumped up now.
All right, see you guys later.
All
right.
Bye-bye.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's Gabe. You know, hey, he gets taken down. You know, he gets jumped every time he jump on the panel, but why does he
get jumped? Why does he get jumped?
Because he's American, and usually when he go in that space, he usually, because he has a lot of pushback based on the rhetoric. Like if everybody is talking down on marriage and he comes in supporting it, oh yeah, they're on him. They jump on him.
See, that's where red pill rage just messes it up. Because like I said in another stream I used to be in, we had a couple of married guys. I look nothing negative on them for that. My thing is they're happy. Like I said a minute ago, they're happy. Let them be. Like I said, if we're gonna be true men, true brothers, then let him be happy. If everything's working well, then help him to make it continue to work well. But when it goes bad, there's no need to say I told you so. Just be ready to be there to help. That's all.
I mean, we don't have to agree on everything, but it's like this place was the main purpose was not only to give guys tips and guidance, so it's more like a moral support. So the thing is, men, society said that where men don't have a place where that are set up to help them, right? Everything, it's like we have to do it ourselves. But everybody else have a support, that's legally, like the government funding and everything. They have all that. But men, hey, you're a man, suck it up.
Exactly. And on top of that, it's dangerous anyway, because if as men we treat other men like that, we're working from a place of emotion. And if that's the case, then we're just as bad as the women we complain about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because men are not supposed to be like that with each other. We're not supposed to be see, I told you. That's not coming from a man's framework.
Oh, yeah.
We're very logical, we're very meticulous, and we're problem solvers. Okay, my boy just got banged. Now what do I do to help him recover? That's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because once you start sitting there and doing all that stuff, you become gossipers, and you become, it's a very feminine energy, and we're not supposed to be in that.
Yeah.
So in terms of men helping out other men, would you say that one thing to start out is to teach them how to be free, especially in society which kind of tells them that they're not free?
Absolutely. But the first step to obtaining that freedom is getting them to be free of mind. Because that's where everything derives from. It makes no difference what you believe. It makes no difference where you are, who you are, what you look like. The first step to freedom is you have to free your mind first. From that, you free your spirit. From your spirit, you free your physical form, and everything else falls into place. There's a reason the rules of three exist. you have to have things work in synergy with each other, you know. So I would say that's the first step. You got to teach men how to be free.
All right, okay, that's cool.
And the first step to doing that mentally is pushing everything out that we've been bombarded with since the day we were born about how things work. When we can see visually ourselves, it's not true. We can see it's not working. So we have to get ourselves mentally out of that space and then somewhere else. To me, that's the first step.
Yeah. Okay. So speaking in regards to that, are you familiar with common law?
I'm sorry, familiar with what?
Common law.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, like with that, I'm so confused. How comes like a lot of men don't kind of see that they are, sovereigns of this land, and that they literally, their whole entity has power over any sort of so-called legalities which the state tried to oppose onto them. And I say oppose with emphasis because, that's how it feels nowadays.
Well, because I think the main reason for that is because the average person doesn't understand the difference between law and statute. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, their common law exists as is. There are fundamental rights that cannot be denied with common law. However, when you start putting politicians in play who start adding policies, procedures, statutes, and regulations to supersede or to weed in between the law, it gets confused. Like when we were talking earlier with the child support thing, a lot of men don't realize that they can go in and argue against child support by simply stating a statute. And it literally freezes the everybody in that room, because like for instance, when they call you in the court for child support, a lot of men don't understand the person talking to them is not a judge, it's a hearing officer. That's it. It's not a judge. It's 9 times out of 10 it's a hearing officer. Okay. Now you say when they state to you about child support, you tell them that I have not received anything under statute, blah, 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 blah. And what that is that it's a contract. Okay. Because everything in this country is built on contracts. It's a contractual. It's just the nature of things.
Has to be binding in it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Now me from my perspective, when I went in to do the fight, she looked at me and said, well, you have to do this. I said, based on this statute, I have not been served with any paperwork that I have signed in agreement to what you're telling me I owe. She looks at me and she tells me, well, I have an affidavit. And I said, well, that's great for you, but an affidavit is not a contract, and therefore it's not held up by law. In addition to that affidavit means nothing because I was required to sign that under duress. She said, no, you weren't. I said, I absolutely was. I said, because you claim to take away my driver's license. You claim you're going to put a warrant out for me to have me arrested, which is removing my freedom and ability to move. You've garnished paychecks and you've taken tax returns. If that's not duress, I don't know what is. And then it just froze. She had nothing else to say. And she said, well, I'm going to pass this on to judge, I can't remember the name, but Judge so-and-so, and it can be reviewed there. I said, with all due respect, I'm going to have to ask that be moved out of family court into a jurisdictional judge instead of the judge you have here. Well, you can't do that. Actually, I can. And it just takes 30 minutes to file the paperwork and $60 to have it logged with the county clerk. And she looked at me and she said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah, really. You should know your own laws." You know, and she's like, "Well, I've never heard anything like that." I said, "Well, here's
Yeah,
the deal."
she's lying.
Yo, absolutely, without doubt. I said, "Here's the thing. That's what's going to happen because you can't send me to a judge because there's a conflict of interest. There's no conflict of interest." I said, "For every dollar you collect from me, the federal government gives $3 back to the state, which is divided among you with that judge and the state coffers. That's a conflict of interest.
Mm.
You have no incentive to see my point of view. Your only incentive is to take my money."
And
See?
that's the thing. That's why.
I'm sorry, I'm going a long way about it, but the point I'm trying to make is that common law exists as is, where it cannot be denied. But the vast majority of people only understand statutes, policies, procedures, and etc. and so on. You got to learn to finagle your way in between all those to get to the actual common law. Because see, you understand it, because you got to understand, like when I tell guys with child support, I have to tell them, you have to understand you've been placed on a judgment civilly for money, and you've never been judged by a jury of your peers. What are we missing? So that's not law, that's statute.
Yeah.
You've been played with a statute, not law. Because the law says you have to be judged by a jury of your peers. And then I remember one time when I had a conversation, she had said something to me about a jury of peers, and I had responded, "Well, you're never going to find it." And she's like, "Well, why would you say that?" I said, "You're going to have to find a way to get 12 black doctors in their 50s to sit on that jury, because those are my peers. Because as a man in his 50s who has a PhD, I'm telling you, anybody less is not my peer." So they don't like me here in Florida. They don't.
No, but that's the whole point. Like the ignorance of the people is what allows them to make big money. That's what's the saying? The ignorance of law is what? There's a saying says, just because you're ignorant of the law doesn't mean the law. Yeah.
Oh, you mean ignorance of the law does not mean exemption of the law?
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but
I've
reverse,
done that.
it's them.
Yeah.
You see,
Yeah.
but when you're not wrong, it benefit. It's like, oh yeah, we got you now.
Well, yeah, because I remember when she asked me how am I gonna even be able to pull that off. We're going into another thing and the whole thing about conflict of interest. I said it's simple. I used the legal term. She said, "What's that?" I said, "Unclean hands." She just looked at me. She was pissed. She was pissed.
Yeah,
but she knew she couldn't do anything. She knew she couldn't do anything. Looked at me and said, "You're not allowed to record here." And I turned on my phone and recorded the whole conversation, the whole meeting. And she's like, "I told you can't record here." "Yes, I can." She's like, "Well, you're sitting in court and I'm telling you can't. First of all, you're not a judge. And since you're not a judge, that means this can't be a court." Thank you. This is just two people meeting.
Who was ignorant, they'll be like, "Oh, okay." They'll get scared because they see an officer dressed up and all that. They're gonna get intimidated.
Well, I won't. Well, I mean, I got to be honest with you. Until I learned it myself, I was that person. They intimidated me all day, every day. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I knew it right out the gate. It's something I had to study and I had to learn and I had to figure out.
Knowledge is
and
power.
like I said, I went to Boston University for pre-law. It took me a little bit to figure it out, which says a lot. So the average person, you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So
they definitely hide it purposefully, because obviously if everyone knew about their sovereignty on this land, then every legal statute would be barred.
And that's why whenever you want to argue or get your statute, you got to go to the law, and the law is going to be very simple: all the constitutional amendments and all the Bill of Rights. Because somehow, some way, whatever they're trying to do with you with a statute has something to do with one of those. And you can find the tweak in there where you can say, "Oh, no. It's no different. It's no different than a man who doesn't pay his child support and you put him in jail. By all aspects of the Constitution, that's debtor's prison. That's not supposed to exist. The founding fathers made absolutely sure that would not be allowed, because that's what used to be done to them by England.
Yeah, exactly. For the most part, the people who are prosecuting, they're literally breaking the law.
Wait, say that again.
Most of the people who are prosecuting, especially in that example which you gave, that's literally breaking the law. Maybe
Well,
whether they
absolutely.
know or not.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is that at the end of the day, they have a more well-equipped gang than we do, and that's called
Yeah.
police officers.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't say that phrase lightly, because I used to be a fraud investigator in New York. My adopted father is a retired homicide detective from Jersey. I've got 3 cousins who are New York police officers. I got 4 who are corrections officers. I got 3 relatives who are attorneys, and every last one of us have done military in addition to that work. So I'm not just talking to somebody who just likes to run his mouth. I mean, I've watched it. Yeah, I've seen it. Whether it be my dad bringing home cases and sharing them with me, I mean, or just my own work. And then when I was in the military, I was military intelligence. So, and like I said, with all that behind me and with all that knowledge I have, it still took me a while to figure out how to work it. So if that's me, who grew up in that environment and who lived it, studied it, worked cases himself, and I still had to figure it out, the average person is at a serious disadvantage.
Exactly.
And when I say I had to work at it, I mean it took me a little over a decade to figure it out. And that's with attorneys who so-called were there to help me.
Let me shout out. I got Third War in the building. Omega Dreads with his crazy comments. Jerome, no, I actually started a stream not long ago. It's just an open panel. There's no topic. You can come up and talk about anything as long as it's not too crazy. And I'm streaming on both channels. So basically, this is not only a stream but also a test. So I figure out a way where I can stream on 2 different YouTube channels at the same moment. So that's kind of awesome. So yeah.
So what sources did you use to, look in more of the law of the land? Because for now, like I'm a young buck. I'm only 20 years old, and I've got about like 3 books on this stuff. Just trying to dig out all the laws of the land, trying to look into the legislations or on the actual government website. So
you're here in the States?
No. I'm in England, where the famous common law started.
Okay. Well, I haven't looked at England. I haven't looked at English law in a long time, but I know, like I said, I know with the States, for us, the foundation to pretty much defeat everything that comes across the table generally falls back into either the Bill of Rights or the amendments of the Constitution.
Yeah, it's roughly the same thing. We've got a thing called
then you study those, you learn them, you memorize the ones that are pertinent to whatever it is you're doing.
Okay.
You have to. You absolutely have to, because they're getting ridiculous. I was just watching something last night. A police officer actually arrested a guy who helped somebody in a motorcycle crash.
What?
I'm serious. A guy crashed his motorcycle. He was injured. The bike landed on top of him. He couldn't get off. So this guy, his girlfriend, and another dude rushed over to help. They called the ambulance. The ambulance came. They had the guy on the thing. A police officer came up, looked at him and said, come here. I need to talk to you. And he said, I don't want to talk to you. He said, no, you have to talk to me. He said, no, I don't. I know my rights. I don't have to talk to you. Well, you're impeding an investigation. No, I'm not. The guy is right there. You can go talk to him yourself. He actually got into a scuffle, threw the guy on the ground, dislocated his shoulder, damaged his head, and arrested him for obstruction. And I'm like, obstruction of what? I mean, it was just crazy because the guy wouldn't talk to him because he said so.
That's so effed up.
So I mean, this is the world we're living in now, and I promise you, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I wish I could tell you different, but at the same time, take comfort that this is part of the Most High's plan,
Yeah.
and it's going to be better when it's all said and done. All we have to do is keep ourselves straight, because, like he said, whatever was given out, tenfold will be given back. So, yeah, I just try to keep myself clean and stay out the way. But yeah, I mean, the first thing is definitely understanding, memorizing, the foundation of your common law, which, like I said, for us, for us here in the States, it's going to be the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Just keep in mind that depending on where you go, you got to be careful, because like I can take what I have and you can take what you have, and we can actually have a good chance of fighting anything that happens to us, whether or not we're in each other's country, because that common law is based on the same principles, which generally goes as far back as, if I remember correctly, the Magna Carta. Yes.
Yeah, like around 1215.
Right, the Magna Carta. Okay, so but if you go to Spain, you have a problem, because Spain is not based on that same common law. They have their own Spanish common law.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So depending on where you are, you gotta follow that. So
Yeah.
generally, when you talk about Canada, England, America, Australia, probably to some degree Ireland, definitely Scotland, you'll find they all have semblances because of the Magna Carta, because the foundation for all of it comes from there.
Oh,
Basically, all nations of the Commonwealth share the same laws. Basically,
Thank you. That's the phrase I was looking for. Yes, it would be considered a Commonwealth at the end of the day.
yeah. People don't even realize America, quote unquote, even though in the books say independence, they're still part of the Commonwealth. That's why everything related to Britain, you guys you hear about it. Your presidents go over there. They meet with it. It's just it's a theater, man. America was not separated from England. It's all theater. It's all movies, man. Don't pay attention to it. America and Britain, they're like, if Britain is her mother, you think her son will abandon his mother? No.
No,
They may have a little fight here and there. Clean the dishes. No, I don't want to. Okay. Sooner or later, he's gonna get hungry. Be like, mommy, do you have any chicken soup or something I want to eat?
Well, I mean, you can see it plain as day. I mean, every conflict England got in, you saw the son came running to help the mother.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it be World War I, World War II, whatever. But that family's family.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I can talk crap about my mother, but you can't. You know what I mean?
Same with the Iraq war, right? Like the prime minister, England don't want to get its hand dirty. Guess what? Guess who was the head of the assault in Iraq? Britain and America, and NATO came after. So it's like, come on, that's what I said. Don't pay attention to politics. Don't look at what they say. Look at what they do. That's the key. They're gonna come and say, "Oh, America, why are you going to war without having investigation?" Blah blah blah. America's like, "See ya. Oh, our son is going. Okay, we're gonna follow suit." Yeah, no question asked.
Yep.
yeah.
But that's the whole thing behind incestuous relationships. I mean, not to be rude, but let's call a spade for a spade.
Would you recommend a common law marriage? Because that's what I'm thinking of doing later on in my life, instead of actually getting married.
I used to, but I don't anymore, because they've learned to use that in divorce court cases. So instead of actual divorce, they'll file it under palimony suits. Oh, and the end result, at least from what I've studied, the end results are pretty damn similar to what it would be if you were married. So,
well, technically here in Texas, for an example, common law says if a couples live together for more than 6 months, it's considered marriage. Not on paper, but
not on paper. Yeah. New York used to be like that. New York used to be like 5 years or something, I think it was, but I think they changed it since then. Because my best friend, who's also named Lawrence, that's how he was with his woman, and he eventually just said, well, if that's the case, I'll just go ahead and get married, and they went and got married.
The reason why they like the signing of the marriage certificate and all that, because it's on paper and it's legal binding. Common marriage is, I mean, look at common marriage like boyfriend and girlfriend. You. There's people out here who've been dating boyfriend and girlfriend. They never got married. They got children. They lived together all these years. So let's say they decide to break up. It would be just like breaking up with your girlfriend. Think about it. Do you
Well, they
see boyfriends and girlfriend out there go breaking up? Be like, I'm gonna take you to court because I want to have. No, it doesn't happen. They don't.
well they changed the well first of all they changed the name of it here in the States. It's no longer common law. It's called domestic partnership.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know
Um,
what? Because of the rainbow people, because they were trying to basically drag
right.
them into the whole thing about marriage. Yeah, I remember
Actually,
when the change it was.
yeah. Actually, I mean that is part of it, but it had started before even they came into the picture,
Mm,
because they were getting so many people who were living together, and then they would break up after 10, 20 years, got kids or between them, whatever, and the normal divorce laws couldn't be applied because you're not married.
mm.
Because what people fail to understand is that once you get married and get a marriage certificate, you have legally allowed the government to be part of your marriage.
Basically, your government is God because
And
marriage be
exactly.
woman.
But once you do the paperwork and you do that marriage certificate, you have fully allowed the secular government to be part of your marriage, and therefore they are also allowed to be part of your divorce.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? And because if we were going to be honest about it, the whole idea behind, say, alimony, for instance, alimony is a construct of Catholic churches, actually, because the way it worked is that in Catholic society, you can divorce somebody all you want to, but as far as the church is concerned, that person is still your husband, your wife, regardless of whether or not you divorce. And therefore, in their eyes, you shouldn't be marrying anybody else.
Mm.
As such, they look at her always being your wife, and therefore you are responsible for maintaining her existence. That's where that concept came from. But the problem is once you introduce no fault laws, all that should have been thrown out the window. But they didn't. They combined the two. So it's a crappy system.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a hustle. Let's call it for what let's call it for what it is. It's a hustle. It's a 100% hustle. but I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, definitely.
Very well. But yeah, whether it be common law marriage or domestic partnership or regular marriage, if you end up separating, the end result's going to be the same.
Yeah.
And that's not telling you not to do it. I'm just telling you what the end result's going to be.
Yeah.
Because in that respect, to me, it's an Einstein moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because like Einstein himself said, a fool is someone who does the same thing over and over, expecting different results. But at the end of the day, no matter what name you put on this, the end result is going to be the same. It doesn't matter if you call it palimony, domestic partnership, common law, outright marriage. The end result's going to be the same. When she leaves, she's taking your stuff.
Yeah. Unless I don't know, I play it in some kind of way. I mean, it really just depends on the situation.
And if you're thinking about just being a roommate, that's not going to work either.
Oh no.
Just letting you know. Because there was a dude, I don't know how far back it was. I think it was maybe 2-3 years. There was a dude in Texas. You might know about this one fast. Dude in Texas had a nice place. He came from another town, moved there, built himself up. Had a girl he knew, never dated, nothing like that. They were just friends. She was having a hard time. Told her, won't you move out here with your son and you can be my roommate and you can look for work and try and get your life together. She decided after a couple of months she wasn't going to do nothing, and then she tried to take him to court to get him to pay for her to stay there and stuff like that, because it was like 6 months she didn't do nothing. He was telling her to get out, and the court actually tried to get him to pay child support, my dude.
Damn.
Talking about, well, you let them move in And so therefore you assumed responsibility for the child. I was like, what? I was like, what? I'm sorry. I don't care who you are. You can't tell me they're not out to get us. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry.
They're gonna say
Because
vegetarian,
because if that's the case, you could never have a female roommate.
yeah.
Never. Can you imagine she just wakes up one morning and she's upset about something and she goes down and said you touched her?
Oh my days.
Or you tell her we can't be roommates anymore, you got to move out, and she'll go down there and tell him, well, I don't know what he's talking about. We've been in a relationship for the last 2 years I've lived there. No, we haven't. Yes, we have. And they're going to believe her. We've seen that. That's not even a guess. We've seen that. They will take her word over his every time. We've seen that. There's proof of that. This is not a guess. This is not an exaggeration.
It's like for us, we have to like some CIA operation just in case we try to do some next bull crap.
And that's why for me, I'm at where I'm at right now, place wise, where I don't want to be bothered at all. I don't want to be around. I don't want to have conversations. I don't want to associate because it will always lead to the possibility of something going wrong.
Yeah.
And that's just not someplace I want to be. And like the saying goes, why put yourself in that predicament if you don't have to?
It's very true.
You know, I mean, you got women who are just putting dudes' names down on birth certificates. Just random dudes, just because they want to, and the dude is on the hook for the child, because the new game is that they know you put the child's name, the woman will put the child's name on the birth certificate, whether she has proof that that's the father or not. Then the courts wait meticulously for close to a year, if not a little more, to pass, because two things happen. Now you accrued arrears, which they get to charge interest on. And the second thing is that once a year pass, you can't argue for DNA, because every state's average is that you have to do it within a year of the birth of the child. But how could you do it if you never knew?
Exactly.
That's why I think one of the laws that should be passed is that there's automatic DNA testing upon a child's birth. That's me.
Well, yeah, because I mean,
because the last statistics that they did showed that close to 40-something% of all children are not the biological children of the man that's there. That's pretty bad.
That's not a good statistic.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I thought we might get like 5, 6, 7%, but when they said 40-something, I was like, okay, that's a wrap. So you got to ask yourself, who's to blame? Because it's not. What they're going to say it's ours, but the truth of the matter is it's not, because we have no say so on whether the child exists or doesn't exist. We have no say so on getting blood tests or DNA tests. You understand? So realistically speaking, they're going to blame us, but it's not us. We have no control.
I'll say it's always them. They're in cahoots, and they're probably laughing in the office while it's getting done.
Say again?
They're probably laughing in the office while it's getting done.
More than likely. But the problem I have is that, look, if you're out there like that, and you're being buck wild and you're sleeping with whoever you want to, however you want to, that's on you. You do what you got to do. I'm not the one who has to answer for any of that. All I'm saying is that at least be honest with what you're doing. Don't come to me and tell me you a strong, powerful woman when you're not even willing to stand up to your own personal truth. And your personal truth is that you've been out with a lot of dudes and you have a kid. Get all of them tested to see who the kid belongs to. You're married, but you're out there cheating. Get a DNA test to be honest with yourself and with the men involved.
Hey, Lawrence, do you want to hear something that's going to shock you? Well, I've had conversation with family members and friends. This is my philosophy. I'm like, in the days that we live in, I'm a bachelor. I'm not married yet. Guess what I'll do um, before I marry my wife, and basically what we're gonna talk about. I'm telling her, I'm like, all my children we're gonna have for me to have surety in myself.
Mhm.
DNA test on all my sons. As soon as they come out, get the blood test and do DNA test before I can
But
sign that
see,
birth certificate.
yeah, and you should, because see, here's the thing. It's painful because, okay, like with my first marriage, like I said, she was cheating. So I have two daughters who always in the back of my mind there's a question. But at the same time, it's painful because regardless of whether or not they are or not, I raised them. I've bonded with them. They're mine.
Mm,
You understand what I'm saying? You know, even if you came back with DNA testing right now and told me 100% neither one of them are mine, it doesn't make a difference. They're 28 and they're 30 years old. I've raised these people.
mm,
You know, I don't care what your papers say, they're mine. And that's the disingenuousness. And that's the pain that men go through when women do that. And women think it's just something that's just, oh, well, no big deal. But the most important thing to a man is his progeny. I don't care what you say. You can talk about money, you can talk about cars, you can talk about chasing ass, whatever you want to. There is nothing in the world more important to a man than his progeny, whether he admits it or not. That is his truest legacy. And every man, no matter who he is, how much of an asshole he wants to be or not, he knows deep down inside that is his inner truth. And for women to so casually treat that
mm.
as if it's just something as a tool to either get child support, alimony, or whatever you want to call it, doesn't make a difference. But to so casually do that, just like nowadays, what's generally the first thing a woman has a tendency to say when she's fighting with her man? Well, it ain't your child anyway. Why would you say that?
Mm.
Why would that even be a weapon to use? Because
Because
that's not being spiteful. That's being evil. That's just a mean thing to do.
like
And
Eddie
then
Murphy
you and
say,
then, and then you come back later and you talk about, I was just said that when I was mad, but you can't put that genie back in the bottle because now it's in his mind.
like Eddie Murphy, you've seen that movie, A Vampire in Brooklyn. Evil is good. Evil
Yeah,
is
exactly.
good.
Yeah. Him and Angela Bassett. Yeah,
Yeah, that
and
was a
and and,
great
it, and
movie.
it's crazy. And then when the guy wants to call you on it, you make him the bad guy. Well, you made me do it. I didn't make you say that. I don't care how angry you get when you turn to being someone who uses your children as a tool and a weapon to hurt somebody. You've given up all rights to in my mind of calling yourself a good parent because you don't do that. You just it's just not something you do. And let me make myself abundantly clear. I don't care if you're male or female. That's not what those children are for. You're both wrong if you're doing it.
Mm,
But women have a singular ability to pull that game off more than men ever will. Because like the saying goes, mama's baby, daddy's maybe.
mhm.
Because only she's really gonna know in the end.
Yeah.
But yet we're the bad guys when we call you on saying something like that. Like, come on, that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
I think
Welcome in the
because
building, Jessica. This is
hey
like a open,
Martin.
yeah, it's an open panel, open topic, but basically it's a free for all kind of thing. So
Okay, I'll just join in where I found you. Um, like I think it's the wise thing to do, right? To probably get a paternity test if you have a child. It only makes sense, but then at the same time, I think you have to be careful when you throw statistics out there because 43% is it's a pretty wild statistic, and it can come across as though that's 43% of the population when in reality it's not that. So yeah, we just have to be careful with statistics and how we interpret them.
yeah, statistically is usually based on surveys most of the
No,
time.
I
Yeah.
think I think that statistic is actually from when people go out and get DNA tests or it's mandated by the court. But you have to realize that in those cases, there's already a large amount of suspicion or ambiguity regarding who the dad is, and that's why they're having the paternity test.
Yeah.
So, of course, within that that sector right there, you're going to have a pretty high level of you're not the fathers. But when you go out into the mainstream public, it's not as high.
It's like a tribe in my country. Everybody, they're known for their woman having extramarital affair, and if the woman has a child outside of her husband, guess what? The husband will raise that child as his own, even after he finds out that it's not his. It's basically their tribal's custom. So they usually want, like I know my family, they say, don't marry a woman from that tribe because that's how they are. They made it seem nice and pretty and all that, but hey, that's the custom. So it's like that prejudice thing. It's like, okay, you may find one in at the needle in the haystack, but here's the thing. Why would you want to waste time trying to find the one where you have a 99% chance to find the wrong?
Makes no sense.
So it's like, hey, I've from that trouble, you see that, man, they have beautiful women, but you have that voice in the head. Remember the 5th of November.
Don't do it fasting. Don't do it.
Booty is life, but it's like you have that. Oh God, no! It's like I need to look away. I can't. No. But it happens. I mean, it's a reality. I mean, it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing, but it's the reality. I know another tribe, they had like a traditional way where if the woman lies, I think what they do is they'll cook a dog and they'll make the liar eat it. If she's lying, what will happen is something will happen. Basically, that was like the other way where the witch doctor will basically say, well, if we want to find out who, if that's whatever seed is the man or not, if you're lying, do the ritual. And if the person ain't really, oh, nah, no, I lie. Because most of the time when they go through it, something bad happens. So, I mean, those were the old school way, but, we moved into modern times. We don't have to do all that stuff. But at the end of the day, people are people. You can't read minds. So the best thing to do is just be wise and, I mean, what's the saying? It's better to prevent, right, than to heal. But at the same time, you can get stuck into prevention mode where you don't move anywhere. You don't, because it's like you want to drive outside, right? You have a likely chance to get in an accident, but at the end of the day, you have to drive if you want to go buy that food or go to the restaurant. So,
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I know it's a very sensitive topic, especially in the ministry. But yeah, you missed Gabe A was here earlier, so
Who's on the panel now? I don't know who.
Mr. Lawrence, and we have Transparent Peel.
Okay, hi.
Yeah, I guess you can see the name. Hold on, because I got the banner. Hold on, let me remove the banner.
Did they step away?
No, I think they're here. They're just silent. I mean, it was an open panel where basically I basically allowed the guests to whatever they want to talk about. I didn't have any topic for the afternoon. I was like, let me just stream, and I just realized a lot of people were not streaming. I noticed if was a Game Changer just ended like a stream, and I didn't even get a notification. And by the time I checked it out, he was already done anyway. And
Yeah.
right now, there's nobody doing any stream, so I'm assuming probably that's why my number went up. I was like, I only had like 9 or 10, 12, and then now it's 24. So I guess it's climbing up.
People are watching.
Yeah, people are bored. I know. Melody was here earlier when I had to test stream.
Okay, yeah, I saw her earlier.
She's like, I'm bored. She probably found something to do, maybe on OnlyFans or something.
Fasting.
I was teasing it. I'm like, so when are you gonna get the iPhone from OnlyFans. She's like, no, I have a phone. I just have a crappy Wi-Fi. This is how Melody talk. Hey, DJ Kuda, how you doing? Hey, that's not nice.
Huda, hey, fasting.
Yeah, like it's like to match her face.
It's a bit of a baby voice.
Yeah.
I told you, her and Raining Woman, they sound alike. I found her voice twin. Yeah, they both got that same really soft voice.
Yeah. We have yet to have like a copy of Mela.
Oh yeah. Which one are you eating ass?
Oh my goodness.
I go through stages of enjoying Mela and really not enjoying Mela. I can't make my mind up.
She likes to troll too, so
She does.
yeah. She's like, hey, among the boys, let me jump on it. Let me troll them too, you know. Let me get my troll on.
That's why I don't take it seriously.
She loves playing the extreme feminist, and she knows what she's doing there because she's
she's not married. She's divorced.
Yeah.
But I believe she truly is a feminist.
Mm.
When she says those things, that's what she really thinks. But she knows better to say it where she is. So when she says it, she is trying to trigger people. Yeah, but that's what she really thinks. Hey, Aizen.
What's up?
What's going on? What's going on? How you doing?
Hueco Mundo. Let's go over there and check it out.
Cool, yeah. Go to Hueco Mundo.
Aizen.
What's going on, Lawrence? How you doing?
Hello, little brother. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
I was wondering how long it was going to take you to get in here.
Well, I was I ain't been too long. Just come from appointments, so I was actually on the road moving around whenever I seen that, and so I couldn't. I was like, man, I gotta wait till I get home. But I got home now, so I said, yeah, let me get on and get in here.
Well, that's good because I'm glad I didn't, because I was going to call you earlier, but I thought you might have been at work.
No, I wasn't at work. I had a day off because I had appointments and take care of some other stuff. But we could talk later. Probably need to a little bit anyway. So
yeah, I'm going to be leaving shortly. I have a real estate meeting.
Okay.
At,
Cool.
At 6:30. So
Got you. Handle that business.
Oh yeah.
So what y'all been getting into? I heard Jessica on her talking about Mela.
So which one of you niggas was in the ass?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That sound bite. I ain't gonna lie. It's funny every time just because of that annoying high pitched voice she has. So.
Hey, you want to know what? I hope DJ Kuda had the clip from early this morning. Hey, Drake.
Oh gosh, this morning was.
Oh man,
that was a
I didn't even catch
one.
any of it. It was that bad.
Oh, you haven't seen it yet?
No, I haven't seen it. I've actually today, while I've been driving, I was listening to finishing up actually one of Zero's, the game is everything is game, when that one had me dying laughing. So.
Zero's panels are always really funny. He's a funny guy.
Yes, they're great.
He's got a new one coming up.
Yeah, I know.
What's
He said he was
called?
going
It's like Alpha, something about being Alpha.
Oh, so he's put it on here. When's it supposed to come? Sometime this
Alpha
week?
your way through it. It's going to be on the 23rd. So
Okay,
2
that's
days.
cool. That'll be Thursday.
Yeah, with the lion.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for that one. Yeah, I have to definitely check that out.
Should be a fun one. I might do one tonight. Because Zero's okay. You guys, this is the thing. You're either into it or you're not. And Aizen, I know I'm really not meant to look into this stuff, but it's like the astrology.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do like the dark side of everybody's star sign. Zero's about to do a stream about astrology. And okay, so you know how the game guys, they always say, okay, find out what her sign is, and then you tailor your approach towards her star sign.
No, I had no idea they did that because I really don't even buy into the whole game crap and all that other stuff because I mean let's be honest, like Zero always says, it's pretty much a con just to get to the pussy. I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
So I really, I mean, that's exactly what it amounts to. Because as a matter of fact, I left a comment in that stream and said, I mean, game. If you're not talking about sports, video games, cards, dominoes, chess, or anything of that order, etc. It's a con. That's what it means. And which we pretty much agree on that. And but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, some people a lot of dudes are gonna monkey dance to get it. They want to be they want to be the court jester to entertain her, for her own pleasure. I mean, okay, that's cool. You can do that, but whatever I do it for my own entertainment.
Yeah. So he's going to do a stream on that because that is part of like the game thing. Think about remember Biggie,
who?
and the rapper Notorious
B.I.G.
B.I.G. And he's
okay,
like,
I gotta get past your accent sometimes.
Oh, sorry. He's like, who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign?
Yeah,
guys will like go up to a woman and be like, "Oh, what
Juicy,
star sign are you?" I think it's Big Papa.
Okay,
I
know it was one of those.
Big Papa, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. That's right.
So it is one of those game lines, and it's something that they would tell you behind the scenes to get to know, because basically what I think game is they're trying to find out how her mind works and then cater to it.
So
and
speaking Bitchinese, as Zero says.
Sort of, yeah. So that's how you end up doing the monkey dance, because you're trying to find out what you think she wants and then be that person.
Right.
So
And
that's
like
how...
That's all. That's what the astrology. It's a forbidden. We were not supposed to know what was it the information about somebody's sign, but we live in a modern time where it's been made available. Like it's like it's supposed to be organic. But if you know, Scorpio is gonna think this way, let me act this way so I can get them. That's the whole point. Or trick them, make them buy my stuff because you're sign. Yeah.
Right.
Ancient knowledge. There's nothing new, man. They've been doing it for thousands of years.
It is. It's thousands of years old. I know I shouldn't, but I used to find it interesting. I did. And then because I used to watch, like, I don't know if you know what, like, tarot videos are.
Oh, like the tarot cards, like what it...
Yeah.
Card,
until, like, I just started looking more into it, right? And then there was one person who I used to watch, and then they said that they stopped doing it because they were having like these spiritual attacks, and that them doing the tarot cards was opening them up to basically like different spirits.
Whoa, hold on 1 second. We got DJ Kuda in the building. DJ Kuda. Oh wow, welcome, man.
What's up, Kuda?
I was looking, I saw this comment. I'm like, wait a minute. Who? Oh, DJ Kuda. Yeah, you're an automatic mod already. You're a super mod right now. Thanks, man. Thanks for showing up. You're not sleeping? Come on out, Kuda. Yeah, sorry about that, Jessica. Go ahead.
So yeah, they said that basically by them doing tarot, it was opening them up to spiritual attacks. And so then I started to look more into it, and that's when I found out about the whole divination thing. Just like basically you're not meant to do it and what it opens you up to. And so from there I stopped. I stopped looking at it.
What's up, Mr. Fantastic?
What's Miss Cleo is that old school tarot woman, isn't she?
Oh,
yeah.
Well, your food eating. Hey man, y'all go learn, man. Jessica, and, these females, man. You know what I picked? There's a lot of black females, man, get into this occult shit and this
man, that brouhaha shit.
What's that shit called, man? Wiccan and this witch shit, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, and they don't know what the fuck they playing around with. One of the things, that's how I know, like, black people like way off their rocker, bro, because that was one of the things you was always taught, no matter how you felt about the church or whatever, it was like you knew, that shit was real to some degree. And motherfuckers out here playing around and dabbling in shit that they don't have no idea they fucking with. I seen a lot of these chicks talking about You know, I have my sage. I got to sage my house and the crystals and all this shit. And I'm like, man, y'all have no idea what the fuck y'all playing around with, man.
You know,
all that
you
shit.
know, it's funny, Mr. Fantastic. If you were here an hour and a half ago, we were talking about that very same thing.
Oh shit! I just heard it just came on Jessica talking about it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No. I didn't mean it in the sense you don't speak. I mean, I'm just saying. I think it's funny that we came back to it.
Yeah.
But about an hour and a half ago, myself and Fasting was talking about that, especially with the crystals.
Yeah, man. They like these chicks have, and you know, a lot of these black celebrities are coming out, you know, with it, with them being a part of Erykah Badu and who's the other chick? It's another chick that's really big into the witch and
Bruja. Oh man, it's crazy.
Man.
Well, I know for a while the one who started it all and led the pack was Dionne Warwick with that Psychic Friends Network crap.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Right.
Wait. Everybody got quiet. Did I just date myself?
Yeah, you did. But see, but most people wouldn't remember that. I mean, unless you're old enough, the only way they will remember that, you know, because it was big around the 80s, I remember, which I was born in 83.
Yeah,
and later, you know, they used to post it and stuff. You know, you would see it on those late night infomercials and all. They were running the reruns on there. But yes,
I don't know, man.
They don't know who Dionne Warwick is.
It's just everybody got quiet. I'm like, I just dated myself. I hate every last one.
Like,
and the funny thing is, Brother Lawrence, here's the funny thing about it. Most people, in my era, the ones that would know who she is, the only thing they would know her from is that they would have never. Most of them never know that she was actually an accomplished singer before that.
Oh yeah, Burt Bacharach loved her. Burt Bacharach. Well, she's an accomplished singer. Burt Bacharach wrote every song he could for her because he loved her voice. That was his muse. She was Whitney Houston's cousin.
I never realized that one.
Yeah, that's how I know her, through Whitney Houston being her. I thought she was her auntie, but you might be right, cousin.
Okay.
But in the 80s, and again, I'm dating myself, when Solid Gold was big. And you used to turn in every Saturday, not for the songs, but to watch the black dancer Darcy do her thing. Yeah, she was the Psychic Friends Network. That's when a lot of black people really started getting into it.
In a Turner too, like they always use smooth was it stars to basically slip into, you know, the which was all the esoteric knowledge. They did it with the Beatles when they start having those shaman and all that. They always, my spiritual leader and all that stuff.
Because George Harrison is the one who did that with the Beatles. He brought in the Indian aspect to them. And if I remember correctly, Tina Turner was Buddhism.
Yeah, and people don't know Buddhism is one of the biggest ones when it comes to Buddhism has a straight, very big influence on theosophy, the occult thing that Alina Blavatsky brought up with her and Aleister Crowley and all this shit.
Wow, I haven't heard Blavatsky's name mentioned in forever. Jeez.
Yeah, man. Like
she was nuts.
As much as I can pick up, man. But yeah, this shit runs deep, man. And like I said, speaking of celebrities now. Jessica mentioned this a couple of streams ago, right? Jessica, people don't understand, man. Beyonce is like huge in that shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's huge, and like that whole Lemonade album, man. That shit was like a ritual. The whole fucking album was like a ritual, man. It had downright fucking spells and shit in the thing, and people didn't even realize it. You know, they just, you know, look at the shit for the entertainment value. And that's why they tell, you know, people tell you, man, the you know, your eyes and ears are the portals to your soul, because, you know, that's how you get to your spirit and shit. But motherfuckers don't, you know, once the older people die off, and, you know, the old people let you know, hey, don't you do that, don't you play with that, don't you go over there, don't you deal with the people, because you know, so on and so forth, man. And it's crazy, bro.
It's like they say, eyes wide shut. It's right in front of your eyes, but you don't see it.
Yeah,
most people don't pick up on it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Most people are fucking surface level. Like that's 99.9% of people, man. Oh man, you that ain't that deep, bro. It ain't that deep, brother. All right, nigga, go ahead and find out.
Hey, you know,
Wouldn't-
you know, it's a funny thing. You know, they always say they may say it ain't that deep, but I guarantee you, anybody in the South here, they ain't eating anybody's spaghetti. They say
Yeah,
what they
right.
want.
You had your grandma one shit. Your grandma one shit. I ain't eating that with no. I ain't eating no kind of red sauce. Bitch. No, ma'am. Yo, you. I won't be eating that tonight. No, ma'am. No red Kool-Aid. None of that shit, man.
And
You want the
and funny, and the funny thing is real quick, going back to something Omega Dreads had just said a second ago about there being spells in the Bible, in Psalms. There, I don't want to say you're wrong, but what I am saying is there's a difference between a spell and a prayer. I think the stuff in Psalms is more for is more for prayers to work what needs to be worked by using the Holy Spirit, the Most High, whoever it is, to get the job done. Where spells are you actually in? Okay. Hold, I want to get the hold on, just give me 1 second. I want to get the thought.
Go
right.
ahead.
Because okay, there's a portion of my life I spent in that world of the occult. Okay. That I walked away a long time ago, but I'm going to put it to you as simple as possible, as I used to teach my students. You have to be able to tell the difference between magic and science. Okay. Science is talking to the world in words it understands. Magic is talking to the world in words in which it cannot ignore. Does that make sense? Okay. So what you're looking at in Psalms, Proverbs, or whatever else, that's not magic. That's not spells. That's prayers, because you're actually asking for the Most High to come on your behalf and handle whatever needs to be handled. Magic and spells is you imposing your own will on something unnaturally.
That's alchemy, right?
Well, alchemy is the thing
It's
of metals
part of
and
it,
stuff
yeah.
like that. But you're with magic, you're imposing your own personal will to change the laws of the universe.
And
Where
all
the
the-
most where Psalms and Proverbs and prayers are the Most High, you asking the Most High to intercede on your behalf. He is the universe. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I see what
which
you're
is
saying.
what
There's a
they deal
difference,
with
though.
lesser beings. They're basically dealing with entities, right? Principalities and powers. Because,
Exactly.
that's why I say those spirits they know to create is real, but because of free will, right? They can basically maneuver in this world and basically present their choice and be like, hey, I know the most, they're not gonna tell you the most is that they say, I have the power, I can give you this, right? And they're gonna give it to you quick, right? Because the Most High, he doesn't give, even in Scripture say, the Most High is not gonna allow you to get something that you cannot handle. But watch this, right? Let's say you're struggling, you get like $600 a week, right, with your job. Why would the Most High give you a Mercedes? Can you afford to take care of it? No, He's gonna give you what you can handle. But the fallen ones, they're gonna go do. They be like, oh, you do that spell, be like, oh, I want a Mercedes. Oh, okay. Guess what? You'll get it. Oh, you be like, oh yeah, I got a car. But guess what? When it start breaking down, you don't have the means to fix it, and then you lose it. But when the Most High bless you, it's for keeps.
Sometimes he will let you have exactly what you asked for, just to show you how big of a fool
Your
you
ass
are.
don't need it.
Exactly.
And I've got a friend who's been suffering that. She's 51, 52. She's been suffering that since she was 19.
Damn.
because she wanted to test the waters. And when I say, and I mean it was bad, because I was there. It was back in my days in the military. We met, we dated, the whole 9 yards. She was in the Ouija boards and all that other stuff, and I had to bounce. But I remember one night there, it was a group of us. She decided to do the Ouija board while the rest of us was like, nah, that's okay. And some played, some didn't. And what happened is after it was done, she spent the whole night laying on her back, looking up at the ceiling, talking about something's in here. Ever since that day, let me break down what's going to go on, what's happened. Ever since then, I was 19 years old. She's 51, 52. She'll be 52 in October. Okay. She lost me because I wasn't having it. She found another guy she was engaged to. He got shot and murdered.
Dang.
She found another guy she fell in love with. He got shot and murdered. Her mother, out of nowhere, got cancer. Doesn't even run in the family. Gone. Immediately after that, her grandmother died. Her 2 daughters have turned on her, won't associate with her in any capacity. She broke her back 4 months ago. And her closest friend was murdered in a robbery 3 weeks ago.
Hey man, hey man.
And now mind you, I've been trying to teach her how to do cleansing, both physically, mentally, spiritually, to get all that stuff off of her. I even went so far as to pay for everything and ship it from the East Coast to the West Coast so she could have it. Okay, and she's sitting there, she's twiddling her thumbs, playing around. See, I've done my part. So she's like, well, we're friends and I want to hang out. Nah, you got too much on you. That's not coming to me, babe.
Everybody close to you, Dan. No, I'm not trying to.
Hey, you took that cleansing yet? You took that cleansing yet?
Her brother and sisters stole her brothers and sisters stole her inheritance. Her father turned on her. Her stepmother won't have nothing to do. It's just bad, man. It's bad.
Hey, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned the Ouija board, man. That's another big thing too that Black people just knew not to fuck with. And it's the same way. You know, you always got some people that are just, and that's the thing you talk about. Like black people have a natural spiritual like tuning fork or like sensing thing. You know what I mean? It's just something that's just like in us naturally. So some of the shit I believe when niggas say like melanin and all this shit, right, or whatever, but. You know, niggas just know, hey man, this shit don't feel right. I'm out. You know what I'm saying? This shit don't sound right.
But that's because even though they haven't told us, as time goes on, we're learning that all those people in that good book, you know, you call it the Bible, I call it the Torah, 6 half or a dozen. All those people they've been talking about in that book are us.
Yeah, man. It's
period. End of story. No ifs, ands, or buts. They're talking about Black people in that. That chosen people is us. That is why we have what you're talking about with that inherent gift to know in our spirit what's right and what's wrong. Okay, that is a gift the Most High has given us, that among everybody else cannot be greater than it is within ourselves, and that's fact. Now, with that being said, the problem we have, and he said it himself, I can't remember which scripture, but you are going to know what I'm talking about. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Not understanding who we are, not understanding what he made us to be, not understanding the inherent greatness of who we are naturally. We're falling into all the patterns of doing what our captors can have us do in order in our minds to be part of the group, to be accepted, to be loved. Nah, that's not our job. That's not our job. Our job is not supposed to be here to be accepted by anybody. They get accepted by us.
You want to know the second part of that verse?
And just real quick, and the beautiful and the funny thing about it is that when you look at it, you know it's true, because everything we create, they copy. I don't care if it's shoes, dresses, clothes, hip hop, everything we do, they copy. We are the leaders. You know, we're just waiting on the Most High to get back to put things back in a proper position.
Oh yeah. The second part of that verse, it says, because thou has rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee and thy children.
Exactly.
That's what seals it. Yes, we have lack of knowledge, but the reason why we have lack of knowledge, because we rejected it. Look how many of our family members, when we try to show them and say, hey, we are the people. Look what has happened to us worldwide. Guess what? There's a secrecy. All nations, especially those spiritual leaders, they know exactly who we are. Guess what happens when you find out and you go to them and say, hey, do you know that I'm an Israelite? They'll be like, we know. We just waiting. This is what in Muslim world, this is what they say. They say, we know the quote unquote the Black people went to America. They're the Beni Yaqub. They say, we know they're gonna fulfill prophecy, but it's not our job to tell them. There's a conspiracy of secrecy.
Yes, absolutely.
There's actually a name for it.
Yeah, they shut them.
It's called
they are. Yeah,
the protocols for the people of Zion.
Yeah, because like I tell people all the time, we need to stop talking about racism. Racism is not real. Racism is a made-up function they use to keep us down. They're not afraid of us because of race. They're not afraid of us because we're black. They're afraid of us because they know who we really are. That's the problem. And the fact that more and more of us are waking up to it, more and more of us are no longer having the ridiculous nonsense that they're pulling out. That's what the fear is. It's never been about, well, look, if white people were really that afraid of black, yada, yada, whatever, they would not wear brown clothes. They would not have brown. It's not a color thing. The thing is that they're inherently afraid because they know who we really are, and they know they're going to have to answer for everything that was done. The same way we had to. That's why we're in captivity. That's why we're in bondage now, because we messed up, and now we have to live with our consequences. Their turn has to come too.
Well, I think the whole thing is really, truthfully, twofold. I mean, here's the deal. I mean, when you had people back then, and when you had albinos born, they tossed them out like trash. Noah. And so. That's what happened, with these cultures, and where the whole beef is started, because of that whole difference in the look. So they were looked upon as less than at this time, being, they were pale, they were white, and so they were looked upon as less than, because I mean, like Marco says all the time, most of the world is dark, it's black, it's got color.
Absolutely.
It's only in the colder climate parts, where it's white. But for the most part, it's black everywhere. I mean, this is the only country really, where white is basically, the majority. Yeah. But everywhere else, it's different. It's excluding parts of Europe and all that, and then considering Russia. But like I said, those are colder areas. So, but everywhere else, it's people of color. Everywhere it's dark, it's black, and so I think that whole thing just came back twofold, because they had to come up with different ways when you look at it from a biological standpoint to be able to compete. Because genetically they weren't favored in the sense of their skin color, because it takes melanin to be able to fight off the UV rays of the sun, from the harmful effects. Yep. So at a genetic standpoint, they are at a disadvantage. So as far as physically. So they had to compete with it through intellect, and that's where it came in. And so now it just come back twofold, pretty much, to where it's like, so since y'all did this, so we getting back this way. Yeah. It's the never ending cycle.
Yeah. Now I agree with everything you said, but I just want to make one slight correction, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
When you said that they competed with us through intellect. That's the one word I would disagree with, because I don't consider it to be intellect. I think they competed with us through manipulation.
And
I mean, to be honest, to manipulate, you have to have some form of intellect. Yeah. I mean, if you're not doing it from an emotional standpoint.
Yeah, I agree with
that. Okay, fair enough. Okay, fair enough.
On that. You have to have a level of intelligence in order to manipulate a whole person. Like on an individual basis, you could do that off of cunning, or you could do that off of just natural charisma. But in order to orchestrate an entire system like this, in order to hold the people for, as the Bible would say, however many hundreds of years that is going to be in captivity, that does take a level of intelligence. I agree. Then I will say this. Then, looking at it from that perspective, I will rebuff my previous comment.
I mean, just like when you take into effect the whole existence of feminism in this country. I mean, when you take it from the fact that the whole thing started just because of simple fact, you had white women that were of class, that were at least middle class or higher. The whole thing started because of the simple fact, after the Civil War, you had warriors, you had black men who earned the right to vote because of their part in that war. So what they did was they played to the already inferiority complex and racism idea in their men to be able, but like, you're gonna let these dudes that are lesser than us have the vote and we can't. So they played on that simple fact, which is a form of manipulation and intellect, to be able to get the vote because they knew as soon as they got it, they was gonna have some cucks that was gonna go with them, and they gonna cut them at the throat as soon as they run their course of usefulness.
Right.
And that's exactly what they did the whole way. That's why I don't believe in this whole wave of feminism thing. It is what it was from the jump, like Zero says all the time. So they use racism whenever feminism is a starving, devouring beast. It doesn't even care about racism. It's only about women gaining power and dominance over men.
Yes.
Basically making them subject to them. That's all it's about. The racism it's just a tool to manipulate. So
that's facts, and we don't even need to worry. We don't even need to talk about it now. We've seen that twice, at least twice in history. We saw it in Rome, and we saw it in Egypt.
No, but I was just saying that on the fact of basis, about manipulation being a form of you having to have some form of intellect to be able to to put it in play. Because in that statement, how it started, were with women of higher status and class. So they had the schooling and the knowledge to be able to know how to play off of the men at that time.
I would have
I wasn't trying to fight you. I was just trying to show another example. That's all.
No, you're fine. I want to hear what Transparent was going to say. What do you say?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Transparent.
I would have to disagree just solely on the fact that the Most High specifically said that the world will be given to the hands of the wicked. So they wouldn't really need to work as hard as they have to manipulate the so-called.
Basically, it was a time. Each empire had a time. Because when you read, it says there were 4 beasts that came out of the water. The water represents all nations, but the beast represents a kingdom. So each kingdom, each empire had a time to rule. So each empire had a fallen angel ruling it. And when it came time for Alexander the Greek, right? When you read the story, it says what Gabriel told. He said, "I was supposed, when you call for your prayer when you were fasting, I was sent to basically give you the answer, but I met the Prince of Persia. He didn't want to let me go, so I had to get help from Michael to fight off because the Prince of Grecia must come." And basically that angel is basically the guardian angel. So there's a lot of things that happen in the spiritual realm. So the whole thing about the Israelites is because the Most High says, because you rejected me as your God, right? And you chose to worship other God, he says, you're going to serve them until a time. And he said, all of each generation, I'm going to pick a remnant. So the only reason why, quote unquote, we as a people, things have happened, right? It's because there is a high level of witchcraft. Just picture this. Let's say there is, all nations, all countries. Let's say there's 140 something countries, right? Everybody's living in harmony, right? But there's a people, all religious leaders. They have spells, chants. They do it every day. Their spell is what? Blind these people, make them blind so they don't see. Make them blind so they don't see. And you walking in this earth, you have no protection. Guess what? You're affected. You are unaware. That's what the Bible says. What it says, I saw my people as dead, but I will send my spirit to give them life. In a Revelation, it says, the nations were laughing at the dead bodies, and after 3 days, breath came into them, and they ascended into heaven. Or it's a figure of speech, but what it's saying is, the people, their mind is dead. Why? Because they lack knowledge. But there's gonna come a time where that knowledge, when they receive it, they'll have life, and everybody's gonna know. And then it says the Gentiles will come from far. They say, our father have inherited lies. Basically, they're gonna say, we learn lies. It's not just us. Everybody on this earth has been lied to. So most of the knowledge that we have was founded on a lie, and because everybody believes it, it doesn't matter if you say, "Oh, I found the truth." Nobody's gonna believe you because everybody's been deceived. But like I say, it's kind of tough. It gets so deep into the water hole. A lot of people, they tune out because, like I say, people like to feel good. They don't want to hear any of this. It's kind of like, I think it's an American thing. Anything that doesn't feel good, America don't want to hear it.
Well, no, fasting, man. Like I said, the path of least resistance is human, regardless of what society you're in. People just want the easy way. You know what I mean? In the Bible, it tells you, you know what I'm saying, the path of righteousness is narrow and the path of fucking, wickedness is wide and, and broad, right? Or some along that variation. So it's anything that takes work and discipline to do, man. It's hard. People are not going to choose that. If you give a child again, a lot of these proverbs and sayings that are said in the Bible itself, and other just other cultures over time, is like, train up a child in the way he should go. That's not just from a religious standpoint, that's period. So what I'm saying, you give a child this and look at what they're doing now. Everything that's taught in the Bible is being subverted. It's bad. This helicopter parenting, let the child choose. The child can choose his gender. The child can tell you no, he's not going to do this or that. If you don't agree to it, you're abusive. Don't whip your kids for no reason whatsoever. Either kids are fucking serial killer, they out in the backyard killing cats and dogs. Go pay thousands of dollars for a fucking therapist or something. Don't whoop his ass. And again, man, listen, you can't tell me that things operated and mankind worked and operated for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, right? Fucking under the premise of a lot of these things that were being enacted, and we're all here healthy and still progressing as a society, and just say it was just dead ass wrong. Of course, like some things I can understand, but then too, you go back and look at it.
Exactly.
There's a time to fucking kill. There's a time for war. There's a time for peace. All those things. That's real. If you really apply to it, listen. If the ultimate sacrifice for you breaking a crime is death, nigga, you don't think real hard about committing that crime. You know what I'm saying? You can see that even in modern times where now, we don't, the death penalty is inhumane, and we don't believe in the death penalty. So what? Now motherfuckers you gotta pay for a motherfucker for the rest of his life. He get life in prison, he get 3 meals a day, a place to sleep. Shout out to
he's living he's actually living better than the average person out in the world.
That's what I'm saying. He can get a cell phone, that motherfucker, he can get a big screen TV.
Got a state of the art gym, the whole nine.
These motherfuckers they having sex with the damn COs and stuff, and having relationships and getting the female COs pregnant. So I mean, what's the loss in that, man? But if you change, you say, no, bro, you take a life for a life. That's how we getting down. I promise you, it'll be a lot less death around here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Because the death penalty now is a joke. Somebody gets sentenced to death and they sit up there 30, 40 years just living in this.
And here's my interjecting of what was said, before that, about Pastor saying that the sole reason is because of, of the penalty or whatever you want to say that God, the sole reason was because of God and what he said in that whole speech. This is where I disagree to an extent. That's not the sole reason, because here's the thing. You have a choice. All of us have a choice. So to do that is creating a cop-out. This is creating a cop-out that, like, well, we ain't got no, it's not our fault then. You know what I'm saying? And I don't agree with that, because we all each have a choice. I agree with the point about, the lies and stuff being told. But here is the thing. We each have a choice. It's up to you. That's why they always teach. It's up to you to accept him for yourself. Can't nothing else or nobody else get you in there any other way. It's up to you to accept that teaching and believe for yourself.
This is true. I can't get you into heaven. Only you can do that. Yeah,
exactly. Right. So it's your choices that are the reason why you're going through whatever you're going through. It ain't got. I mean, a little portion of it got something to do with God, just because the simple fact you hear you got to go through something. But 99.9% of it is the decisions that you make, the choices that you make, is the reason why you're going through the shit you're going through.
So what you're saying is, okay, so what you're saying is the conversations you and I always have, dump the victim mentality.
Exactly. Exactly.
I got you.
Exactly.
But doesn't that conflict with like the Christian?
No, it does not. It does not conflict, because when it goes in there to show, okay, when the whole curse happened, was starting with let's say going with Adam and Eve. I mean, he created others. What they were the first to, they were the first to actually just live in the garden. He allowed to live in the Garden of Eden, the first and only to live there. But here's the thing: the curse happened because of the choices that they made. I mean, here's the thing: whenever she listened to the serpent, because of the simple fact, here's the thing: the seed, he just watered the seed that was already in her mind. Whenever he told her that God knows the truth, if you eat of this fruit, your eyes will be open and you will be like him. So, I mean, that right there, the poetry in that is so powerful. What that's telling you is she ate of the fruit because she wanted to become God.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Thank you.
So here's the underlying point to that. She wanted to become God because, like we talk about, here in these spaces, that, women, the way they choose dudes, they don't see any dude equal to them. If he's equal to her, he's less than her. So so in her mind, because Adam was in love with her, he was less than her. So in her mind, if she eats of this fruit and she becomes like God, she now has the power to be above God. That's why he gave her the ultimate pimp slap of basically living through misery, being in misery the rest of her life if she does not accept the submission to a man. That is when she is going to be the most content she can be, is by accepting that submission, by being submissive like she is supposed to.
Okay.
And that's the reason why Adam's punishment was so less because of the simple fact, the only reason why he ate of that fruit, even though he disobeyed, the only reason why he ate of that fruit was because of the simple fact that he was in love with her and didn't want her to die alone.
And that is
the reason why we as men, whenever he laid down the punishment, he would have exactly the reason why he laid the punishment of he will hit a man has to work. He got to work to the sweat of his brow. That's why as men, whenever you accomplish something, regardless of the work, when you put in the effort, you feel so good because of that curse right there. Whereas she can't ever feel good unless she completely submits to the man like she's supposed to.
Well, yeah, and the odd thing about that, going back to what you were saying a second ago, him biting the apple because he didn't want to die, he didn't want her to die alone, and etc. and so on, also goes into the conversations that are constantly had about how men are able to make sacrifices.
Right.
We're at the end of the day, we're the ultimate people for the ultimate gender of sacrificing at the end of the day.
And part of that is because of the simple fact of the curse that was laid upon us, because of the simple fact of having to work to achieve something. When you work to achieve something, it has a better meaning to you. It's more powerful. I mean, you give a kid a Ferrari, that thing gonna be tore up in a couple weeks. But now, versus having to work for it and earn it, it's a different type of appreciation that they can have for it.
Well, it's interesting because even in those moments where we work hard for something and we lose, we still walk away feeling good because we left everything on the table.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
And they've actually did studies on that too. They did studies on giving people things versus the people earning for them or working for them in some type of capacity, and the upkeep, the care, and the longevity of them maintaining whatever it was. Yeah, man. Like I said, it's just so many things. Like I said, man, the people.
Right.
Well, that was a waste of tax dollars. We all got taught that when we were kids.
But you'll be surprised.
Some did. Some did.
Yeah. So, man, there's so many people around here, black, white, whatever, all in between, man, that have no links to common sense in their lifetime, man. Like seriously, like I've seen this shit. You say you used to be in the military, so I'm pretty sure you've seen this shit in the military, bro. You get in the military, and you're working a job, and come to find out there's a person that comes, you a grown ass adult male that doesn't even know what a wrench is. Hey, man, hand me that wrench. What's the wrench?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So yeah, man, you'll be surprised at how many people in the different walks of life, that regardless of race, culture, religion, whatnot, not just ignorant, and another big thing too, we don't mention a lot. I don't think people don't even understand the true meaning of ignorance. People just think ignorance isn't stupidity. Ignorance just simply means, hey, I do not know. This person has been exposed to it, so there's no way of them possibly knowing it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I always tell this joke that I had no idea that it was like, I just thought the only Hispanics I knew of existence was like Mexicans. So I got in the military. I came my first command, right? And I called this dude Mexican, but he was like fucking Venezuelan. And bro, that when I tell you, buddy got mad.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Oh man, they step out.
He had to break it down to me and tell me like, hey bro, you don't do that. You know what I'm saying? everybody's not Mexican, bro. And I told, hey man, my bad. I didn't mean no offense, but I've only been introduced to it. And then at that point, it was only like Mexicans started moving into Macon. I say maybe 3 years before I heavy like that, where like you saw them on the regular. Probably 3 years before I left home. So I didn't even have a real cultural experience or being used to them being around them at all. So that's the only type of Hispanic people I ever even seen.
See, and for me, it was a lot easier because I grew up in New York. So I got to see all kinds of everything.
Puerto Rican,
Puerto Rican, Cuban, Venezuelan, Peruvian, you name it.
Them motherfuckers only existed on TV and on the island somewhere to me, bro. That's them motherfuckers more realistic to me, man.
Colombian, all that. Same thing with the islands. St. Croix, St. Thomas, Trinidad, Tobago, Jamaica. That's the beauty about growing up in New York. You got to see the different variations, so you could learn to adjust accordingly when you go out to the real world. Because I used to, because when I was in the military, I traveled to a lot of different countries, and they were always amazed at how I was able to distinguish them apart. And I was like, yeah, that's New York. That's a big old melting pot there. You'll learn a little bit of everything. So, but all things being what they are, I think at the end of the day, as a people, we are sorely lacking. That's all I'm saying. And not because somebody made us, but because that's the path we chose. That's what bothers me. It's not even so much anymore that it's because people are holding us down. I'm not saying that there's not any. Okay. But what I'm saying is that the vast majority of our people are not achieving just because they made the choice not to do it.
Yeah, man, and it's crazy because, like you see the things that they actually put their time into, and focus on. Like man, it's women out here that can, make a whole person out of a fucking hairdo, man. This bitch can do hair sculptures, or dudes out here that can get involved in these illegal activities, man, and they're fucking chemists. These motherfuckers are low grade chemists, right? And they're just out of the blue. But when it comes to like, hey man, brother, why don't you go do this and that and put the same energy into it for something that's legal or something that's more productive and more long term, return on your investment. And nah, man, that's that white folk stuff. And nah, man, I ain't got time for all of that. And I got to get this money now. Okay, brother, what good is the money if it's gonna cost you time out of your life or your entire life? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's just like people choose to skip over a lot of things, man, and take that again. That goes back to that path of least resistance. And man, niggas are just niggas like I said, stiff necked people, man. Niggas are just hard headed, bro. You can show them all the proof. You can show them everything that say, hey man, if you do this, bro, you're going to lose. You're going, man, ain't gonna get me. I'm special. I'm smarter. I'm too slick. I'm too smooth. That all right, nigga. Okay, go right ahead. And then lo and behold, your ass either end up motherfucking pinched or in the ground somewhere. And it's like, hey man, what can I do? I can't live your life for you.
Hey, it's it's funny, and it goes back to Lawrence's point, about his friend has been getting beat up by the law for over 30 something years. I mean, if you want to take them hits, that's on you. I mean, that's crazy because to me, he can hit you a whole lot harder through your life than I can ever hit you.
Exactly. That's one person that right there you do not want to piss off, man. Like I said, hey, man, look here, bro. That's like I said, man. People don't understand and know, but that whole Ouija board shit. I had a situation like that too. My uncle and he always mess with these white girls, and they did the same thing in the house or party or whatever. And they was like, hey man, they gonna play with the Ouija board. All of them countries hell say like, nah, a couple of them played with it same way Lawrence said, and a couple people like, nah, man, I ain't messing with that. So they said they put the damn Ouija board up, they got finished playing with it, and they went to sleep, put the damn Ouija board under the bed, and they sleep. Both of them sleep now, and this bam, something hit their feet, like just slapped the hell out of their feet. They both wake up like, man, what the hell's going on? Looking at each other like, what's wrong? What happened? What's wrong with you? And hell, she like to him, my uncle, like, what's wrong with you? Why the hell you hit my feet like that? What the fuck is going on? And so they trying to figure it out. They can't figure it out. And the damn Ouija board is like, from under the bed. You know, they really think nothing of it, kick the motherfucking Ouija board back under the bed, go back to sleep. You know, little time pass, go by again. Wow. Feet get motherfucking hit. Both of them pop up this time, and they know for sure they put the fucking Ouija board under the bed, man. The Ouija board back under the bed, out from under the bed. Man, they knew what the fuck was going on from that point. Took the damn Ouija board out, burnt the motherfucker in a damn barrel, and never touched one ever again in their life, man. People do not bro, this gateway shit. This shit is real, bro. And I know y'all in the 10-4 hats. Hey, look, bro, you ain't gotta talk to me. You know what I mean? It's actual, and the science too. Like, and Lawrence hinted at something too. Science and the cult or magic or
it weaves together.
Yeah,
it's making the fabric of reality, man.
They're interwoven, exactly. That's why CERN. Y'all better look up motherfucking CERN, man. There's a reason why they got that damn what's the eight goddess or 8-armed goddess statue.
You talking about
Shiva?
Yeah, Kali the Destroyer.
Kali or Shiva or Kali.
Kali the Destroyer, I think.
Yeah. Kali
the dog.
over CERN, nigga. It's a reason why they have that statue at the fucking place of CERN. Because you have to have a certain level of magic into the fucking science, because these people are literally trying to open up.
It's Shiva.
Portals.
Okay.
Yeah, they're trying to open up portals, man, and open up shit to other dimensions to tap into the shit. And they disguise it as science. Motherfuckers don't understand that shit, man. The shit that happened with L. Ron Hubbard and Aleister Crowley and who's the other dude, the other guy, whatever his name was, I can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But that was real too, man. That experiment and that shit they did out there in California, man, in the salt flats or whatever. And people tell you go around. There's certain things that happen once a rift or something has been caused that has residual effects like throughout life and throughout time because of that shit. And you know, you talk about this shit, nigga. Oh, nigga, you into that? All right, bro. Hey, go ahead and believe it. You don't gotta believe me, nigga. Go ahead and keep playing around with it. But this is what I always say. This is my opinion, man. I'm like, hey. Now, you cannot believe it and be wrong. And what's going to happen to you?
Here's my thing. Here's my thing on the Mr. Fantastic. Now, I can't say I ever experienced the scene, none of it. But I know one thing. I sure don't want to try and find out.
Exactly. Hey, that's all right. That's all right.
We like to call it erring on the side of caution.
Exactly. Exactly.
Guys, do me a favor. I'm gonna step away real quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
All right. You're good. I'm still on. Fantastic to what you were saying. The whole CERN thing. I remember reading an article. Ironic enough, I think I was at like a garage, and I was reading one of those science magazine. Basically, like I was saying last time, like in a scientific community, there's two branch of scientists. You got one who are believers, who believe in the creator and all that stuff, right? And you have one side that are atheists. Now, when the scientists were hired to work on CERN, right, they didn't know what it was. They just knew that, you know, they were briefed on what we were supposed to. But what happened is when they first tried to open the quote unquote gate, right? Notice the keyword gate. Most of those atheist doctors, they became believers. Now, here's why. Because they were not told what they were actually doing, what happened was they were trying to open the gate to the darkness. Remember in Genesis, it says that when the creator was fixing the earth, he says he separated, the darkness that was covering the earth, right? And he says the one part, he said, let there be light, right? Now, the question is, if there is light, what happened to the darkness? It went somewhere, right? Where? So, literally, the whole construct of the world, there is a veil that covers around us, this earth. So what scientists were trying to do is they were trying to break that veil and see what's up. So when the scientists were working on CERN, they noted, like, they saw the veil. They were wondering, they said, what is this veil, right? But behind the veil, they saw darkness. And then in that darkness, they say it was moving. I mean, just imagine at night, right, where there's no light, right? It's total darkness. You're not supposed to see anything, but you see shapes, like movement. So they say when they saw the movement, they start panicking. They say, what are we working on, right? Because it was quote unquote confidential. They didn't tell them. And then when they launched the machine, they say each time they launch the machine, there's an earthquake. But when they launch the machine, they say a few millimeters of that glass open up and everybody in that sector went crazy. Like some people started hitting their head in a wall. Some people started running naked. Like it's like everybody went mad. When they shut down the machine and they came to their senses, a little drop came from the other side because it closed off. Because like it takes a lot of energy just to open that little hole they were trying to do. And they said the energy that came from that little drop, that darkness, they said the power of it is 20 nuclear bomb. That little
more than that. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Darknet, and that, like you said, on Fasting, that they're calling it dark matter, and trying to say that, hey, this is just for a new energy source or whatnot. But man, just think about that shit. Shit that is like an atomic particle, bro. Something the size of a fucking atom that's not even seeable by the fucking eye, that has the power of, like I said, 20 fucking atom bombs. What the fuck could that what is that? Like,
well, the thing when you talked about that, the darkness, what it was a void. The void is something it's different than just darkness. But the thing is, whenever the light that was created, I mean, shadows exist because of light. So you have something else that was born at the same time because of that birth. You can't. Yeah, that's the thing. You can't have light without dark.
Exactly.
There's going to be both. Balance is key in everything. That's why whenever I try and have my channel and I explain things about the Bible and different aspects, I try and bring out the science that's in there behind it, because they correlate. They correlate together. I mean, the balance of that is key. Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, the mystical, or whatever you want to call it, the cosmic, science, time, all these things, they weave together to make up what is the fabric of reality. And just like a sheet, if you remove one thread, the whole thing comes apart. But that's just what it is to me.
Yeah, I'm telling you, hey, the good news is, since I'm a Semitic, YouTube hasn't messed with this, so we're still on. I was looking at I'm watching on my phone because YouTube, they tend to get radical when it comes to this kind of topic. But since I already told them I'm Semitic, I have the free speech. Don't make me call the defamation league on your ass. So
right.
They haven't touched me so far yet. So I can clap now. I'm a Semitic. Yeah, because that topic, a lot of guys, if they touch it, the YouTube will strike their channel, man. So, I always say sometimes it's good to use that to your advantage when you know something like that. And that's the whole thing. When you come to the knowledge, you can claim it. You can claim it. Yeah. But I'm telling you, man, like, sometimes I say you know so much that you don't know. That's my philosophy.
Exactly.
I know
exactly.
Because I only know what they allow us to know. There's some things our mind still can grasp.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, again, it's just like it's like trying to explain. I forget who it was or where it was. We was trying to have the conversation. I don't know if you were there. No, you weren't there, Fast. It was me and Hulk, and we was trying to explain to somebody about, like, when God tells, like, hey, your thoughts are not my thoughts, and people can't even grasp, bro. It's impossible for your mind to comprehend. Just I tell people it's a simple riddle, right? Is it possible for a human to think about nothing? No, it's not. It's impossible for you to think about nothing, because the fact that you're thinking about nothing means that you're thinking about the fact that you're thinking about nothing. Trying to concentrating to meditate or whatever you're doing, you're still thinking in order to do that, even if you're in the state of meditation, whatnot, right? So if you understand that simple riddle, that's like 1/1,000,000th or 1/1,000,000,000th of the trying to think on the level of God. Like, you literally, like, your head would explode. This is somebody that's omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent, all knowing, everywhere at the same time, and knowing everything that's gonna happen before it even happens, everything that's ever happened, everything that will happen, he already knows about it. You know what I'm saying? So again, and you know who did a pretty decent job of it was the Watchmen thing with Dr. Manhattan. That was them trying to recreate God and give people an understanding of God. But even still, like, you can't. And the thing that I think people always miss was, like, how Dr. Manhattan was so misunderstood, because he would try to explain to people, you know, his experience in life versus, you know what I'm saying, you know, compared to everybody else's. And if you know everything and you know something's going to happen before it happens, it's just like you can't do it, man. So I can't even explain to people how it is like when you try to put God in a box. And whenever you're trying to say, well, why did God let babies die, and why does he let, you know, evil things happen? He told you in the Bible. You're just repeating something. I created everything, the good and the evil. I know this. Okay, so things have to happen. You know what I'm saying? In order for shit to go the way it's supposed to go. You don't understand it because you're emotional and you're human. You have a very, very we only use 10% of our brain capacity or some shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's only so far that we can advance, and I mean, you look at how far that we've come as far as in science and technology. You know, it was a mass of people that moved us forward and elevated us to this. You know, it was everybody added another piece to the puzzle to make what we have today what it is. And that's the way it will always be, because I mean, no one person can know it all. Everybody just there's somebody that comes along that pushes things forward and advances it to the next level. And everything that everybody does helps to do that. And, you know, you have some individuals that are a little bit more special than others that really kind of break through that ceiling of all the information that's already been compounded since. But, you know, for the most part, you know, it's everybody just adding their own little piece that's within their reality and their ability to be able to add to that to advance the human knowledge. You know,
I would argue that modern day practices have a lot of witchcraft origin.
I have returned. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We hear you.
I have returned. I'm sorry. I needed some tea. As far as it goes for what you just said, transparent. Yeah, pretty much everything nowadays has some form of some level of occultism or witchcraft attached to it. Everything from symbols used for your logo for a company down to currency to lions being portrayed in certain positions in front of federal buildings, etc., and so on. And that bothers me the most because that lion belongs to us. Just saying.
Yeah, the Lion of Yahuda.
That's out. And so, as a matter of fact, not just that, so is the rainbow, by the way. The rainbow belongs to us. That was a promise that the Most High gave us after Noah, and he flooded, and he promised that he would never do it again. And that rainbow was a symbolization of that promise. So when I see that being used for gay pride, pisses me off.
So funny stuff.
You know, I mean, if you want to live that role, that life, that's between you and him. But that symbol, that's not what that's for. That bothers me greatly. But if you notice, some of the most powerful symbols were always the ones that were ours.
The what now?
I said, if you notice that their most powerful symbols that they use are always ones that they took from us.
Like the royal arms of the United Kingdom. It's literally, it's got the icons and the symbols of parts of the tribe. It's got a harp on the left-hand side, which was David's harp. And then, you know, it's got the lion on the left side, which is the Lion of Judah. And then it's got the unicorn, which was, I think it was the unification of all the tribes. Maybe a specific tribe. I need to double check that. And it literally says, in Latin, my birthright. So.
Yep. Yep. That is correct. So. I mean, all the way. I mean, even with American currency and the pyramid, we built those, man. Come on. I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy.
Right.
It's just crazy. But like I said, at the end of the day, for me, Try not to be faint of heart. Know that there are better times to come because it was promised. Haven't seen them break a promise yet. And we gotta do what we're supposed to do. And if we can, help those we can along the way. And for those that we can't, well, then we just have to understand that, you know, they just won't be part of the party. You know, it's just, you know, why is witchcraft bad? Serious question.
Why is witchcraft bad?
This is the best way I put it this way, right? It's like pharmaceutical drugs. You have a headache, you take a pill, but guess what? You get symptoms where your heart can stop, where you can have rashes, where you can have extra diarrhea, right? So you're taking one thing to heal you, but it's bringing everything else. Why would you want to take something like that when you can just get the herb specifically for your headache?
Well, here's a rebuttal to what Kuda's actually saying. Here's the thing. The human mind can never be still, because here's the thing. It's proven that when you're asleep, even though you're subconscious, even though consciously you're not active, your subconscious is. That's how complex the brain actually is, the mind is.
Exactly.
So you can never actually have your mind can actually never have nothing going on.
Unless
you're always going to have something going on.
Yeah, unless you're clinically brain dead,
exactly
dead in an induced coma, your brain is literally active at all times because your brain controls the body subconsciously and involuntarily. So that's
and now, in all fairness, to close it up and the rules of three in the Trinity, you got to look at it from a scriptural perspective too. All that stuff was taught by fallen angels, and therefore, in and of itself, is inherently a bad thing, because he did not want us to know those things. And when I'm talking about fallen angels, I'm not talking about Satan and all that. I'm talking about the watchers, the Grigori, that were sent to watch over us, who decided to take women as their wives, and they started teaching them astrological signs, how to read the sky, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And that right there pissed the Most High off. So
because we were like children, there are certain things like it's like I say, like it's like a baby. How in the hell are you gonna show a baby? Was it John Rainbow Part 2? It's a baby. He cannot understand, but guess what? It's affect his mind. Because the image it's gonna go in his mind, and you wonder why your baby's messed up in the head. Why is he? Because the mind is very like a sponge, like it's absorbing everything. So as a young baby, you can't show those kind of images like that, you know.
And fasting. I mean, we'd already seen it. God had already seen it with Adam and Eve. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there you go.
You're supposed to humans by nature are curious. You know what I mean? And curiosity is more often
what kills the cat.
Yeah, it's dangerous than it is productive. And we were talking about the and grab the link, nigga, like whatever. But anyway, listen, there's the meditation still, bro. You have to train your mind to meditate. Still, during the meditation process, you are literally thinking about keeping your mind clear. So that's what I'm saying. You're working your mind to focus. That's why, from what I've known, when people are being taught meditation, they either teach you to look at a point on a wall or like a flame or something for you to focus.
Or imagine something.
Yes, to focus on one point in order to only think about that point to clear your mind of everything else. Exactly. And then theoretically everything else fades away. So and I'm glad he's saying this, but again, it further proves it solidifies my point. It seems like it can be done, but once you understand a simple fucking concept in the reality of it, that's just how fucking complex it is, and that's the level that people are trying to
because at the end of the day, what you're talking about is like with meditation, you're talking about visualization. And
Exactly.
you're talking about using visualization to control
To
your
relax.
mind, and
And I-
yeah, to control your mind to relax, and then from there, it's to control your body to teach it to learn to relax.
Exactly.
Now, during that,
Exactly.
so at the end of the day, what you're really talking about is a mild form of self hypnosis. Really, is what you're
and
talking
Lawrence,
about.
and that's the first beginnings into what you getting into shit like I just lost the term. Where you project astral projection and
Yeah.
put your
Yes.
spirit in a totally different place or a different thing or so on and so forth, and going to different things. I did this shit, man, because I was on that bullshit for Osho. That's what it was. Yeah, Osho.
Yeah, Osho.
Big, huge, right? Yeah, Osho was huge, and they got me on the they got me for a little minute, man, because I was in one of those spaces where I was unsure about the Bible because I'd been to church for all of my life, but was never able to challenge and ask questions or get a true understanding of what the scripture is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, no,
And, you
well,
know,
I mean, you're not alone. I mean, you're not alone. I mean, I was the same way in my 20s. I mean, I was hanging out with people who did Wiccan, voodoo, chaos magic. I mean, you name it. I mean, it was in my circle. I mean, I know what you're talking about, and that's being raised with the church and everything else. And in my 20s, I had this moment where I was just in that space like you were. I get that. I totally get that. That's why when I have conversations with people, I try to make them understand not so much who I am, but what I am. So they understand when what I'm saying to you, it's not coming at it as somebody who's got his brain cut off to only this way of thinking. This is somebody who's talking from the aspect of actually living it. Because if you notice, you'll run into a lot of people who talk game on either side, but neither one of them have lived it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know the funny thing, what Mr. Fantastic said about not being able to question it, when clearly in there it states for you to question. To question the method that's being used, what you're seeing, to prove it as being real, to prove this knowledge and this concept or whatever it is as being of God. So I mean,
we're commanded
exactly.
to do so.
And,
I mean,
and,
literally, it's literally in there. We're commanded to question it, to test it. That we're supposed to do that.
And the funny thing is that just goes to prove the fact and hit home the fact of how there needs to be a balance between the spiritual as well as science, because that is a aspect. That's the greatest aspect of science, is questioning to see that things are what they are.
Well, that's because we stepped away and forgot about the duality of our existence. Because out of all the Most High's creations, you got to really stop and think for a second. In the truest sense of the word, we're the only ones who are both made of science from the earth and made from spirituality by him breathing life into us through our nostrils. We're the living duality of that.
And the other thing is the simple fact you said something about we stepped away from it. No, the thing here's the truth of the matter of it. People use religion and the knowledge of it as a power, as a source of control, to control the ignorant and the stupid.
True. This is
it
true.
is that they use it as a weapon to control the ignorant and the stupid. I mean, and that will never change. So that's why it says in there, you must know it for yourself to be able to fight that off. That way you can show them how full of crap they are.
And I also wanted to add in about the whole Indian mantra, the one Kuda was talking about. I've studied about it. Here's another thing they don't tell you though. The main reason, because like I said, the Bible talks about meditation. It says, meditate on my word, which means to recall, to think.
Yeah, exactly.
Like let's say, you for those who are married, right? Let's say there was once upon a time where your wife made you that one delicious meal that reminded you of your childhood, right? And then you're sitting there, you're old man, and you're just thinking about it. Oh yeah, I remember that one day. I think it was 4th of July. You made that one steak, man. I still remember the taste. That's meditation, because you're recalling something that you experienced, right? Or something that you had in the memory. Now, the thing with the whole meditation thing, what they do is the reason why they teach you to be, quote unquote, free your mind, what they say, open your mind, be still. Why? So your body could become a host for the demons That's the reason. That's why, you know, there's
Mhm.
a lot of people that, you know, in those temples, when they do those chants, right? You hear, but you don't understand. They actually, it's an incantation. They're
Yes,
speaking
it is.
language. What they're doing is they're basically calling on certain deities to come in. Yoga, for example, I don't know where this trend came from, where Western Christians are doing yogas everywhere. Oh, I'm doing yoga. I'm like, you have a church. I'm like, do you guys even know what you do? Look, there's a difference between doing exercise and doing yoga poses. Watch this. This is what they lure you. They lure you with the stretching was Pilates, right? You know, there's nothing wrong with stretching. But when they start saying, do this pause, be still. Every pause is a pause of the Nephilim.
Mhm.
And when you do those
Mhm.
pause, and the same thing with
Every-
tattoos. They don't
Yep,
understand
every pose.
tattoos is
Every pose.
yeah. So if you do it in ignorance, that's another thing. But there are people who actually, when they do tattoos, they know exactly why they're doing it. But now in America, and basically I'll say now in the Western world, it has become a fad. Where back in the day, when I saw someone who had a tattoo, I knew he was in the occult. But now everybody's, oh, my friends, oh, let me have a tattoo, let me have a heart. I'm like, do you even have an idea what you're doing? And I think that's what was it, the blurring of the lines. Back in the day, there was a separation, but now what they're trying to do is they're trying to blur the line. Like there will be no more light versus dark. It's gonna be blended. Like, can you imagine a world where there is no light, there is no darkness? It's mixed together. How would that look like? Like you can't.
Chaos.
Yeah. So what they're trying
Chaos.
to do is to blend it up. So I always tell people, do your studies and know the origin. And same thing with
Yep.
veganism. I tell people, you want to eat herbs, fine, but don't do veganism because that's their religion. Why? Because in the religion of Hinduism, they worship the cow. That's
Yep.
what
Yep.
all you watch this. Do an experiment. Go and talk to Indians. You're gonna see. You're gonna witness two kinds of Indians. You're gonna have the Hindu Indians and the Muslim Indian. Muslim Indians, they eat meat, and by you just looking at both of them, you're gonna tell a difference. You're gonna know who's the one who's a vegan and who's not. Why? Because the ones who are vegan, they worship the cow, and the cow represents Baal.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, you see them trying to kill real people to stop them from eating chickens and stuff.
Hey,
I mean,
there you go.
I mean,
You know-
I mean, they crazy. And then with the yoga stuff, you take in consideration, man. You look at the symbols and stuff they use.
Yeah,
You can see
man.
it plain. One of those symbols was used for by Nazis for their symbols.
Well, not
For
just
the-
that.
for the-
like you
for
said,
this
it's-
what's-
it's,
one of them. No, I
hey,
think
really-
the Nazis reversed it. That's what it was. The Nazis
Yeah.
reversed it.
But nonetheless, they used it, reversed
Yeah.
or not, they used it.
But here's the thing on the meat deal. You know, it's not in essence and bad to be a vegan. The why is the reason. Just
Well, it's
like
all-
with
yeah,
anything
yeah.
it says, just like with anything it says in the Bible, the why is the reason. I mean,
Intent.
if you're exactly, I mean, if you're doing it because you are worshiping the cow, yeah, that's different than because originally humans were originally made to be able to be herbivores. You know,
That's
to be
correct.
plant eaters. It's just that in this knowledge, once gaining knowledge of good and evil, well, of evil technically, and really that's all that was gained once they ate that fruit because they gained knowledge of evil. It's just that through gaining that knowledge of evil, they gained the knowledge of good because they could not appreciate the knowledge of good before because they had no knowledge of evil. But anyways, they ate up, but they were originally designed to be able to eat fruit, to eat vegetables and different vegetation. It's only at once that they ate of the tree of fruit from the tree of knowledge that they actually seen someone's another living form slain before
yeah,
them.
for them because God killed the what's the name to give them loincloths to cover up with.
Yes, right. Leather. Leather. Show them how to make leather to make clothes with, and because balance and everything, and not wasting anything, the meat was therefore used now as nourishment, so to not waste. So it had a purpose for not wasting. Yeah. So that was the other teaching behind it as well.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, to solidify that point, that also shows during Exodus, because if you notice, the Most High didn't give meat; He dropped manna from the sky.
And the funny thing about that is
birds.
You know, the funny thing about that is, I look at a lot of History Channel, and Ancient Aliens. They showed that they were actually they were, the speculation was that they actually learned and had a technology to actually create mana. So maybe he actually showed them how to do so.
No, and that's fine. What I'm saying is,
Oh
that
yeah,
if-
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
the fact of the thing with meat and animal flesh and all that good stuff,
Right.
Even when he could have provided it to them when they were accustomed to it
In
he
the
still
desert,
didn't-
right? They still
still
had
didn't-
mana, right?
Yeah,
Exactly. I get what you're saying.
he still didn't want them to do it. He gave them mana instead.
Well,
So-
you know,
so-
I think,
Remember, he had sent them birds too, quails like birds. He was sending it to them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
and
correct.
I think
yeah.
also too at that time, you have to think about it too, in a practical standpoint of this too. They had to change their whole way of life because they had to be stranded in the desert for that long to be able to break that slave mentality that they already had, because it
Oh, yeah.
already talked about, you know, they were pissed off and they wanted to go back because they felt that they had a better life because of what they known already. They didn't
Damn,
have
who
to,
that sound
they didn't have
like?
to work for nothing.
Damn, that sound like somebody familiar.
Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun. That's what the Bible says, right?
That's another thing.
Nothing-
I mean, that's exactly why, as far as Black Americans, we have the problem we have because we have not had that 40-year period to break those chains and to break that whole mental, emotional conditioning of victimhood to be able to come out and to actually create a life for ourselves, a better life for ourselves.
Well,
I
we
mean,
had-
I'm
we
not
had-
trying to give no scapegoat. I'm just trying to, you know, show that fact.
No, it's not that. It's just I was just thinking that we had opportunities. It's just that every opportunity we had was stripped from us.
Yeah, the opportunity-
whether it be Oklahoma with Black Wall Street, whether it be Rosewood in Florida, we had opportunities to do that. It's just that they were always stripped from us.
You know,
Not
here's the thing.
all the time, but just in those particular cases.
And the number one thing that stripped it from us, I got to go back to zero: feminism. That we never culturally had a chance for men to actually establish dominance.
Well, that goes back to Shahrazad Ali and her argument that she wishes Black women to stop talking about patriarchy, because for the last 400 or 500 years there hasn't been a solid Black man who's been able to be in charge of anything.
Exactly.
You know,
And
so,
the other point that she made out too was the simple fact on monogamy not being natural in men.
well, it's not.
It's
It never was.
it's not even natural amongst nature. So that's
what-
another point.
And I was saying that was it on my last night? That was on the one I did about once a good man's gone bad. Women don't understand that.
Yeah, I got to check that out.
Yeah, women don't understand that concept that, you know, you're literally making a man do something impossible, especially if you have a man that's highly productive, you know, high earning, and a guy that he's going to get offered and he's going to get sought after by women, sought out just for that. King Solomon, you know, to King David, any man in the Bible of prominence, he always had more than one woman or several wives. Why?
What was he?
Here's what I argue. Here's what I argue on that, Mr. Fantastic. Here's the point argue.
I think your argument might be the same as mine. Go ahead.
What I was gonna say was, no, they know and understand. It's just because of their mindset, their narcissistic behavior. They still want it to be about them because of the simple fact, because they ate of their fruit, they're still fighting for the fact, they're still fighting for dominance because they do not. They don't have the penis. They do not have dominance. That is their only way. The only way that they're able to gain dominance and power is by manipulating a man and giving it to him. So it makes them feel better for a time.
Right, and I'll go a little bit further with that on 2 points. Point number one is that there's a certain amount of responsibility as men in
I
this
agree.
that we're going to have to take, because here's the thing: having more than one woman is natural. You trying to be Solomon is not.
Right.
And that's what a disconnect is for men, because you want to have 2, 3, 4, that's one thing, but you want to go out there and you want to tag everything that walks across your path. Now you're into something totally different. That I mean, you're into something absolutely different than just having multiple women. Because now now you're just straight on 100% player. You're a dog. Let's call it for what it is.
No, what it does, it basically makes it now your whole mindset has come to the point to where your number one priority now is hoes, getting women.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
Which goes back to what Fasting and I and the other guys were talking about earlier, that when it comes to black men, we've fallen into this culture of it's all about chasing ass. Never mind
status symbol.
Exactly. Never mind getting your bag. Never mind getting this. It's about how many pieces of ass you can get, or how many girls you got on the same block, or whatever have you made. And that's what I'm saying. That falls on us. That's our responsibility for playing that game.
And the worst part about that whole game is the simple fact you got the old heads lying to the younger men about it. Because here's the thing: we know women are not going to tell their own sons about this shit. We know they're not going to, because it's not in their nature. Because them admitting to, doing that would be basically admitting to their own son, because if they did that, they would have to answer this question that comes next that they do not want to answer. Well, how do you know that, mama? Because of the simple fact she's gonna have to admit, I done manipulated and done this to so many men. I have done it.
Yep.
She's gonna have to admit that she has been rotten, and she is not going to do that to her son.
Nope. And because of that, that's where we're lost for lack of knowledge, because neither side is giving us the knowledge we need.
Exactly.
Right then and there, because your first steps of knowledge, your first steps of learning and understanding and full consciousness comes from the teachings of your parents. And if either side is not telling you the truth, there's your lack of knowledge right there.
Right. Exactly. And that's why I've got a younger cousin. He's like a nephew to me. He's 17 now. Here this past year, I've been telling him truthful about the nature of women and how he's supposed to be as a young man. As far as making his number one priority the purpose that God gave him, and that his number two priority should be to himself. Because if you're not taking care of yourself, you can never take care of that purpose that God gave.
Because you and I talked about that offline between each other, because it was your nephew and it was my oldest daughter's fiance.
Right.
Because she's not taking it well that I'm schooling him, but that's my job.
Right.
That's my job.
Exactly, man. We supposed to break this truth down to other younger men or older, or whatever. We supposed to tell this truth, regardless of whether they like the message or not. It may not be received well. They may not want to come back and hear it. Okay, it is. You ain't got to, but I'm gonna tell you at least one time.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna pull out the manipulative aspect. Well, you're my dad. You're supposed to be on my side. No, that's not how that goes.
I'm supposed
as soon as you bore a child with him, took that ring from him, said you're going to be his wife, you no longer a part of me. You're part of him. So my first responsibility is make sure he's straight, to make sure everything else is straight. That's how that works.
Right.
Well, I don't agree with that. Well, lucky for you, I don't care.
Right.
Because like I had one time, they'll just say anything to try and win their argument, even if there's no logic to it. And you have to take a moment and you got to look at them like, look, just because I asked you how stupid do you think you are did not mean that was a challenge. Okay. That's not what that means. But it permeates across the board, whether it's your mother, your wife, your girlfriend, your daughters,
sister,
your nieces,
whatever cousin,
your sister, whatever cousins. It doesn't matter. Yeah, because we've talked about my cousins enough. It's across the board. It's crazy. And the thing is that you sit and you try to guide them, and you try to explain what's what and how it is and how it should be and what needs to be. But they will always fall back on their own internal struggle and energy, because to them, one, it's a familiar pain, so they want to stick with it. Two, it means that they don't have to work for it because they get to use the victim card all the time.
And see me, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not finna go ahead and try and tell them that. She go ahead that one time and get her head busted, get that eye black. I'm gonna tell her go back again and get the other eye black. That way it'll be matching. I'm gonna tell her go back.
Well, I don't do it anymore. Well, I mean, I don't do
yeah.
it anymore. I mean, I
I got
used to do it. I used to
Yeah.
do it, and what I did, and when I did it, it was because it was family. I didn't really care about anybody else, because regardless of what the conversation is, that's still blood.
Right.
But
And-
now
and-
it's gotten to the point, yeah, blood or no blood, you're just dumb. I'm gonna let you live in that for a while.
And here's the thing: the reason why I can't even invest in a family, because here's the one thing that women always do. They're slick enough to know that they can't beat you with logic if you're logical. So how they beat you is to get you in an emotional state. So
Yep.
now you gonna sit up here and go over here and fight this dude when she gonna go right back. No, I'm not
Yep.
gonna do that and get my head possibly busted by this clown just because
Yep.
you want to be stupid. So now you go back and get your head busted again. I'm gonna tell you to go back. Then I'm gonna try. Look, if I'm gonna do anything, try and help you. I'm gonna try reverse psychology. I'm gonna tell you what you want to do. That way, that way she look at me like, "Well, damn, I didn't expect that." No, yeah, go back. Don't come to me for help.
Yep. Yeah. Well, like I said, I gave up on it myself.
Right.
It like I said, it was easy to do with everybody else. It took a little longer with family.
I
Because
got
like I said, it's blood. You know, there's a long standing emotional tie. But like you and I have talked many times before, you know where I stand with it now. Bye bye.
Yeah, I don't. I don't know. I guess to say, I guess I was blackpilled early on because I never really let that play on me. It's like I don't even deal with my mom's sisters just because of the simple fact that how they try and run that.
This nigga lying, man. This nigga lying, bro.
No, I ain't lying, man. I'm being real. I'm being real. I'm not saying I haven't had my
I can
downfall.
tell.
I know. I'm not saying I haven't had my downfalls in dealing with them, but
I'm kidding, man.
I was
I
able
was
to.
talking about. I'm kidding, bro.
No, you good. I'm not bothered. I ain't
I'm
taking
kidding,
over.
bro.
You good. But now, I haven't had. I'm not gonna say I haven't had my downfalls and dealing with them, but I just have to thank God for my genetics and how I was made up in my biology to be able to discern to where I'm not gonna let that mess keep happening. You know what I'm saying? You might get it one time, it's on you. The next time is on me. I can't let it happen again.
What
So,
are you talking
yeah.
about? Bitches.
Well, just in general. In general,
Oh
to
yeah.
me.
You don't want to be the victim. You don't want to be that guy that people should do. You don't want to be that guy.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. You don't want to go around telling that story like that. Yeah.
I want to control the narrative of how my life goes. As far as that is, as much as I can anyway.
He goes around and tells my story that what, I got victimized by ABC. Nah. Don't be that guy.
Exactly. That all that just shows is your lack of accountability.
And that also goes back to again earlier when fasting started the stream. We were talking about it. There's no more and Aizen, you and I have talked about this both offline and in chats and other places. There has to come a time for us as men to stop talking about them. Stop talking about them. Stop complaining about them. And no. Hear me out. No, hear me out. And the only reason I say that, and the only reason I say that is because it has to become more of a focus on ourselves as individuals and getting ourselves straight in our purpose and other men's purpose. Because the only way you can teach them is by showing them. And the only thing they're gonna follow, is money, bag, and cars. We all know this.
Well,
we all know this.
Well, just their own vain desire.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Why are we complaining though about them is because we have a need for them in a way, right? So before we leave them alone, we have to deal with the need for them.
That makes a sense.
I kind of get that. I see it. I kind of see it.
And I know for me, it's more about I'm not so much as complaining about them so much now. For myself, as the way I see it, I'm more complaining about the men lying to other men about how they really are.
Yeah.
Because of the simple fact, we know, and the dudes that already know this, that are lying to other men about it, that's my whole problem. they already know, but you telling them something different, you know, to set them up.
And that's
I'm
why
just gonna be
pickup
honest,
artists, and that's why pickup artists piss me off, because all they're doing is leading men into dangerous situations for real.
I'm gonna be honest, guys. I don't have long there, but lose the morality. Don't play by the rules when you play against them. Like, if they're asking who you're complaining about, I'm complaining about who's asking. Are you asking? I'm complaining about you. Yeah. Fuck you asking.
Yeah.
Put them on the spot. Yeah. Look, don't be fair.
Yeah.
Don't make sense. You don't owe them a fair one or rational logic. Nah, you don't owe them that shit. Right? You don't owe them that shit. They're coming at you straight. Don't come at them straight, bro.
Yeah, that's it.
I can see that, and it's funny you say that, because it is true, because they know we're going to come at them straight, and they rely on that. That's how they set up all, because they already pre-calculated the conversation in their head before they even came to us, knowing full well who.
Take this.
Or the better thing, you know, instead of worrying about which way to come at them. I mean, the most valuable thing you can do is ignore them, because the whole reason for it is attention, anyways. So
well, that's what I do.
It goes. It's like in the rest of the business. The whole mantra is there's no such thing as bad publicity. You know, if you're talking about me, it's good. Now, the only time it's bad is whenever I go unnoticed, because that means, you know, I'm not being seen. You know,
Well, yeah, because you know me, I started that months ago. I won't interact with you at all. I mean, I just won't do it. Just like when Jessica came up here, I was silent. I addressed men. I talked about our conversations. She could be the most wonderful person in the world. I don't care. I have no interest in interacting with them in any capacity at all, and that's just the way it's gonna stay.
I do what I want. They just don't have credit with me, bro. Like, if you did something nice for me yesterday, it doesn't count today, okay? That's how I treat them. You don't have credit with me.
Hey, look, man. If it works for you, it works for you.
No, check this. They think that they're gaining like ground, like by doing nice shit to you, like greeting you in the chat and everything like that, right? So now, when they need you to be on their side, you're like, "Fuck out of here! Who are you even?"
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't allow them to build credit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And then you'll have the ones who are like, well, you're not talking to any of us and yada yada, but that's not right. You know, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking at them and like, well, you know, you can't blame all of us. I say, well, actually, yeah, I can. Because at the end of the day, you got the ones who are doing the wrong, and you got the rest of you sitting there co-signing it. So yeah, I ain't got no respect or love for any of you. That's just where I'm at. I'd just rather not talk.
Gotcha.
I'd rather not talk because at the end of the day, you can't sit around talking about you're in the wall. You can't talk about you're a unicorn, a white tiger, or you're the proper woman when you sit there and let other women in your immediate vicinity treat men like that. You are a co-signer to me. The same with this, because it's the same thing when you turn around and you look at us and tell us as men we're supposed to pull other men on point. Why can't you do that with women? It goes both ways.
I will let you get beat up.
Yeah, but you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the same situation. Not to be funny, but it's like King Leonidas in 300. You know what I'm saying? Give them nothing but take from them everything. Come on now, that's not how that works.
They're pandering, okay? It's like they're pandering. On the side of pandering, right? When a woman panders, right? Your glass must be already full. So if she try to pour water, that shit be like, what the fuck are you doing? You're all full. Yeah. So if your glass is half empty or something like that, then you're in trouble. Because that water will taste so fucking nice that her pandering didn't work.
Yeah, well, for me, she can't pander if she's not near me. So, and I don't need pandering. I don't need pandering anyway.
It doesn't matter though, because she can pander to 3 other men, and if it works for them, there'll be a problem for you. Because their power is through influence. You see what I'm saying?
That's a good point. That's a good point. I cannot deny that. That's a damn good point. That's a damn good point.
Their power is through influence. They don't fuck about you as an individual.
Yeah,
that's a good point. I didn't think about that. That's a damn good point.
They want you to say that you're better than other men. That look, these guys are losers, or these guys are weak. I'm gonna focus on my shit. I'm gonna be this guy. They want you to separate yourself. They want you to feel special because the opposite of cooperation is competition. So if you're not cooperating with those guys, you're in competition with them. That will separate you from them. So you're doing the job for them. And then once they manipulate them, then they're army. You fucked. I mean, look at the community. Thugs.
Well, here's the okay. Well,
is he
all right, so
thugs voting with them? Is he?
All right. So here's the question then. If I'm already saying that I'm not interested in it, therefore I'm not competition, then what issue would I have with other men? Because I'm certainly not in. If I'm not in competition,
You are in competition.
In what sense?
Your mere presence. You want something different from the environment than they want. You want different rights. You complain.
Well, that's
you
how
call
they
out injustice. Yes,
that's how they perceive that you're in competition. I mean, because that's how they work.
Okay.
When they snap their fingers, you don't move.
It's like this
your
right here.
competition.
It's like this right here. It's not just competition, but it's just how they perceive it. Okay, it's like this. You remember that old analogy? A bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Now, the woman, when it comes to men, that bird in the hand, in her mind, she always gonna have that. So the two in the bush are worth more than her because she don't have them. So whenever you take that, when you withdraw that attention away, she wants that more, regardless of anything. I mean, the one currency that is the most valuable to a woman more than money is attention.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why.
Okay, check this. How can you make your words have weight, though?
Say that again.
How can you make your words have weight?
Because your words only have weight your words have weight when you combine them with action.
When they have meaning.
Yeah. And in order to give them meaning, they have to be followed by action. In other words, don't say I'm never. You do this to me again, I'm never gonna deal with this, yada yada yada, and then you turn around and you still with her 3-4 days later. She learned nothing.
Look, I look at who they respect. I look at who they respect, and I'll gain that person's respect, and then after that, they'll see that I have that person's respect, and then after that, I'll insult them somehow. And they'll see that if that guy respects that guy, and that guy, and his word must be solid. So even if she tries to deny it, she'll be shaky about the shit. I promise you.
Well, here's the first mistake, in my opinion. Here's the first mistake, in my opinion. No man should be looking for respect from women.
Not women. You don't get what I'm saying? I'm saying that whoever she's following, whoever she looks up to, whichever guy that she respects, I will go and gain his approval in front of her. Even if it's fake.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. And the reason I wouldn't do that is because if she's got one guy, at least if it's not her father, if it's somebody other than her father, but if she's got somebody other than her father who she looks up to respect, and I'm going to try to get the inside scoop with him, all I'm doing is playing the same she does, which is I'm trying to pretend to be something I'm not to get her to pay attention to me.
Hold on.
Even
I got
if
you right
she fears, if you impress that person, even by something witty, and that person acknowledges that shit in front of her, and then when she tries to do something with you, you lure her in, then you fucking insult her. That's heavy.
Okay.
Hold on. No, I've got something better. Any name? Why should I care what she looks up to? Why should I care what's important to her?
Exactly.
Why should what I care about be important to me?
Exactly.
This is my whole thing. I mean, even even if I'm not I'm not dating her, she's going to be around me. This is my view of dealing with people, especially women.
I'll tell you why.
I'm not dealing with women because here's the thing: if she's not serving my purpose, she serves no purpose whatsoever. So
exactly.
I could care less about anything unless what she's caring about is my purpose. Nothing else matters.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
Okay, check. Exactly. The whole point was to break her character at the time. not like destroy her, but like break the act at the time.
I don't
They
care.
only
That's
hurt,
what I'm saying.
Let's
I
say if I
don't
get
care
her and
about
use all
breaking
this power, right? If I do that shit, that'll break her character at the time. Like she'll stutter. Do you get what I'm saying? Like
I get what you're
I
saying.
don't want her to be calm and composed when I'm if that makes sense. Yeah.
No. I get what you're saying. What I'm trying to say to you is that everything that you're talking about serves no purpose to people
It
like
does,
myself.
actually. You know why?
No,
You know why?
hold on. It doesn't serve any purpose to people like me and Azen because we are not in the game to be playing that game.
Oh, there's not a game.
So it means
It
means nothing to us.
No, it's not a game.
Actually, it is just in this simple fact right here, because you hear women say all the time that they don't play games. That's a lie. When she says she doesn't play games, that's a misdirection for the fact that meaning she don't play dominoes, she don't play sports. What women play are dudes. And see, here's the thing: the reason why I have this stance on what I have, because of this simple fact right here. That's me going that far shows that I care, and it's entertaining her. I'm not here to entertain her. She's going to be here. I'm here to entertain me.
Yep. Exactly. I don't care about getting her out of her mind. I don't care about getting her off her game. I don't care about distracting her mentally where she's stuttering. I don't care about any of that. If I'm going to be involved, her entire purpose is not about me learning to adjust to her. She has to adjust to me. That's the way it works. And if she can't do that, she's got to go, because I wasn't the one who was put here as a helpmate. She was.
Because here's the thing: when you're doing that, regardless of who you're dealing with, you're negotiating from a point of weakness, and I never ever want to do that. I got to be the point of strength. It's just how it is with me.
No, I agree. You're not gonna hear me disagree with you, brother. We had this conversation many times.
You know, you're good. You're good.
Like Joe Pesci said in Goodfellas, I'm not here for your amusement.
That's okay. Here's the thing though. I'm not talking about game per se. I'm talking about, let's say, if you distract her in that time, then she reveals shit that she was. Look, there's a chance that you might help other people see through the facade. Let's say in the panel or something like that. You see, because as you can see in the spaces, a lot of guys can be fucking cucked. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree. This is a blue. Yeah. This is not a. There's no such thing as a red pill space, as far as I'm concerned. So this purple pill is
character. You see what I'm saying?
Huh?
Like that would be my interest in breaking her character. Yeah. Like I'll try to do something that will maybe help other people see something. If I know
so
I can do something.
Wait, hold on. Any name? So are you talking about breaking the character of men being cucks, or are you talking about breaking her character? I'm just
breaking
curious.
the act. Because they're always acting.
Who, women? Oh, you can't break that shit. You'll never break that. A woman's mantra is fake it to make it. They're always going to do that. You can't. That is ingrained. You can't break that. They always
I'll be right back. Go ahead, guys. I'll be right back.
I mean, you can't break it. What you can do is, you know, I mean, if that's what you're worried about, what you can do is you cannot tolerate her pulling some bullshit with you, and now she won't pull it with you, but she will always do it to somebody. That's just how they do.
Shit takes all the time.
Exactly. So that's why I'm saying you can't ever break the nature of that, because of the simple fact that the only way women can receive power is by manipulating a person in power to gain it. They have to manipulate them.
Right now. The thing that I'm talking to her, yeah? What I'm doing is I'm putting myself in a position of fake privilege, right? And what I'll do is I want to break character for a moment, a slight moment. When that shit happens, even if it's for 30 seconds or 20 seconds, something might get revealed there. You see? Because guys are always
so you talk about breaking your character for a moment.
Like I'm up to break her out of the script that she's reading from. Maybe 10 seconds is enough. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Get her angry. Get her anxious. Not anything. Yeah. She will eventually recover and go back to the script. But those few seconds will be gold. I promise you.
I'm not saying you don't have a point. I just know it's not for me just because of the simple fact.
No. I don't do it all the time too. I'm just saying like it's something that I've actually seen happen, right?
Yeah.
And it's been fucking hilarious.
I got you.
Well,
so you do it for your amusement.
Well, yeah, because I was going to
fucking
say
hilarious, bro. It's fucking
yeah, because I was
hilarious.
going to say
The thing is, there's another danger. One more danger.
Because for me, the way I look at it, the way I see it is that I get what you're saying. It's just that for me, I see no purpose in it for myself, and I've got far better things to amuse me than women.
Okay, fellas, let me just be honest now, quickly.
Yeah.
Do you know? Do you follow GC, right? Game Changer.
Yes.
He speaks about black female fuckery, right? Level 2.
Yeah, I've heard him get into the levels. I haven't gone that deep into it that really,
Like, they act feminine and all that shit, and then
women always put on the act to get whatever.
Now I think level 3 is like when she actually panders to everything that you're saying, like the chicks in the manosphere. Like what happens is she'll say everything that you want to hear, and
so she's putting the chameleon act.
And then but it works.
Hey, real quick. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I am late for my meeting. I gotta go.
All right. I'm about to get
if you're still here when I'm done, I'll be back.
Okay.
but
I probably won't. I doubt it. I'm about to leave here in a minute.
But if not, good night. But if not, good night to the guests. Good night to everybody in the chat. It was a pleasure. Fasting, thank you. Thank you for having me, brother.
I'll be ending it soon too. I gotta get some sleep and get ready for
I have to sleep too. That's why I'm talking
All
like
right.
this.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Good night. Good night, everybody. Later.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eisen. You gotta
Fuck
go.
Eisen has got defeated, bro. By that guy. Who's the guy?
Sorry,
he got defeated by Ichigo, but I like Eisen. Here's the whole reason why I picked this profile. I picked the whole profile. To me, for one, he's the best villain ever created in anything. The second best villain,
Seriously?
Yeah. To me, the second best villain ever created. To me is
he never died.
Palpatine. Palpatine from the Darth Plagueis book. You kind of really delve into how rotten to the core he actually was. The movies didn't do him enough justice on how dirty and manipulative and how calculating he actually was.
Bro, Eisen's a troll.
Eisen's not a troll. Eisen's calculating. Eisen was very calculated. No, he's very calculated.
I've known before you were fucking born.
Because no, he didn't troll. He didn't troll.
So
he created. He just don't know because what you don't know is what the whole thing was. White is the Vasto Lord demon that's actually I think it went into either Ichigo's dad or his mom. That's the whole basis for his hollow powers.
His mom and then his father actually sacrificed his power to actually continue. Yeah, I remember the shit.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, Eisen set that whole thing up. So he actually did create him.
He did.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not a troll. He's good at manipulating. And the whole thing that nobody actually knows what his Bankai is, but based on what I've noticed and what I've looked at and how he actually goes about his battles and everything, he's so meticulous and he plans everything out. I think personally, it's just me. I think that personally his Bankai is basically he's able to basically go to see into time in the timeline of the people that's actually come under the effects of his complete hypnosis of his scopus. I'm just saying because
bro.
I mean, he was very powerful from the jump.
The Almighty is overpowered.
Huh?
The Almighty was fucking overpowered.
Oh yeah. Oh, don't get me wrong. Yeah, he's very OP. He's very OP, which is why for me Aizen was a much better villain. Because and then that whole, and now that I've read up some stuff, you know, that whole 1,000-year blood war arc, you know, it's a lot of OP people.
Nah, they just have tax abilities.
Exactly, yeah. But that's why for me the whole Aizen story arc was the best, because I mean he planned out everything, and his Shikai, you know, that complete hypnosis, you know, it did a damage. You know, I mean, being able to control all 5 senses of your opponents and being able to do multiple people at the same time, because his Ryasu was so massive, it was awesome. But anyways. But that's all I got, Fast, and I know you're ready to go probably.
Yeah, sorry.
Yo, no, you're good, man.
Yeah.
But
a little bit.
But I was just glad to be on here. You know, thank you for having me. Just wanted to come to your stream and you know, do the mutual support. You know, whenever I got time.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I just got lucky because I came back from work and I was
Right.
like, just fire up like an open topic stream.
Yeah.
Here we have it. 5 hours later.
All right, man.
2 hours.
You Yamcha, bro.
It's amazing how
Nah, I'm showing fasting. Here's the thing. Settle this for me quickly now, ne? You're
Sorry,
saying that
really
you're saying that are you saying that Aizen is stronger than the Almighty?
No, I never said he was stronger. I said at the time when the character came in, you know, during his arc, the only individual at the beginning of it who had the amount of Shuriatsu that he had or greater was Yamamoto. He was on another level than anybody else in the Goten.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so
that's
no,
fucking
that's
crazy. Yeah.
But now once he fused with the Hogyoku, he let's see. Yawak is definitely he's definitely overpowered, and then once he absorbed the Soul King, it was definitely, you know, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's freaking ridiculous. So
that guy's basically Jesus fucking Christ, eh?
Yeah, no, he's something else in existence.
Nah, look, Aizen is like Lucifer up in this bitch, and then that guy's like Jesus Christ. Let it go, let it happen. That's how it is.
No, I mean,
let it happen. Let it happen, because his whole mission was to unite the 3 fucking worlds into
so that's
one.
why he can't be Jesus Christ. Right? That's why he can't be Jesus Christ.
That's the whole mission, though.
No, but what I'm saying is Jesus Christ doesn't want to do away with already what exists. Yahweh wants to create his own.
He wants to make heaven on earth, as in heaven on earth. That's fusion right there.
No, he didn't want to make heaven on earth. He wanted to do away with heaven. He wanted to do away with the Soul Society. He wanted to do away with Wakamundo. He wanted to do away with the Hellverse completely. He wanted to do away.
That's just translation, though. He says that he's gonna combine them into one,
and that's pure chaos. So it's not Jesus.
No. The chaos is separating them.
No, the chaos is not separating. The chaos is combining.
Hey man, I'm just fucking with you, bro. Just fucking with you.
Oh, okay. I mean, the closest character that's ever been created when it comes to Jesus, really, to be honest, actually is probably Superman.
Nah, fuck that nigga, bro.
I mean, you know, he's not my favorite, but what I'm saying, as far as when you look at his personality and character traits that have been written for him,
look, I'll never acknowledge that guy ever.
I mean, you don't have to. It doesn't matter whether you acknowledge him or not. He's the oldest and most popular comic book character ever. He's not my favorite. My favorite is Batman.
He doesn't exist though. Wait, like which comic?
Nah, don't do that. You silly.
Did you watch that new Brody movie?
Broly, yeah. It was it's pretty good.
That guy was fucking nuts.
It was a completely different take from the previous one, but it was a good twist though. It was a good take on it. Yeah, I think it was too. I do too. I mean, the whole reason for Broly being like he was, it was better. It was a great fighting. So yeah,
I say that Brody is the Saiyan that was supposed to fight Saiyan Frieza on Namek. Like instead of Goku going there with his emotional ass and getting tricked by Captain Ginyu, switching bodies and shit, Broly would have fucked everything up, being homicidal, suicidal, kamikaze up that bitch, and dying there. That's it.
He's not homicidal, suicide. He's just berserk. He does.
Yeah,
he has
the,
no.
The point is, like Goku was supposed to die in Namek, right? Do you remember that?
No, he wasn't going. He's the main character, so you can't say he was supposed to die.
That's where it was supposed to end, Dragon Ball Z, though.
No.
He's the main character.
They were successful like that, so you had to continue writing.
Cell game, and then they saw that he was making money, so they made Majin Buu. But it was supposed to end.
It was supposed to end there.
No, it wasn't going to happen. No, it wasn't going to happen. I like
look, niggas like Goku, bro. Niggas like Goku.
No, actually, my favorite is Vegeta. I'm just stating the fact that you're not going to kill off the main character like it. Come on now.
No. The series is going to end there.
Oh no, I don't think
Super
so.
Saiyan dying there because he chose that shit. You know why? Because when he actually awoke that power, there was something that he awoke it because he wanted to kill something, right? So it wasn't power that came from a clean place. He even says that shit like the power comes in response to a need, like he becomes a monster, right? It came in a response to kill something. So whenever he becomes Super Saiyan, he feels that shit, that there's something wrong there.
It not only came from a place to kill something, it also came from a point of what's the word I'm looking for? Grief.
Yeah.
So that's what made it different.
Yeah, because he
was in pain. And when he said that everyone must go to Earth and he's gonna die with Frieza there, he didn't recognize himself anymore, you know?
Well, actually, Frieza killed Goku. People don't realize that he killed Goku, and then the dragon resurrected. Everybody was killed by Frieza and his men. Goku came back. People don't think about that. And Goku actually
was what now?
In Namek, and then
Frieza killed Goku.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, watch it again. Yeah, Frieza killed. Remember when he knocked Goku and dropped under the core, and the volcano basically killed Goku, and then
the volcano
killed everybody.
The volcano is nothing.
Well, the Namek dying is what killed everybody.
Yeah, and I'm saying, like, remember when Goku was fighting with Frieza, right? Because remember, he was Super Saiyan. Then Frieza overpowered Goku and he killed him.
Nah, nigga.
Frieza was celebrating, and then they made the wish, right? First, they made the wish to resurrect everybody.
Nah, nigga. Frieza died, man.
And then
Frieza got fucked up.
Goku came back, and then the last wish, right? When Frieza realized, they were still fighting, then he realized the dragon is available. So him and Goku were basically changing. What? Like, I know it's like the dragon.
What are you talking about? Were you watching fan animes on YouTube?
No, I'm telling you, I know Dragon Ball Z A through Z, man. You talk about Dragon Ball Z X. I'm telling you, Frieza killed Goku as a Super Saiyan the first time, and then Goku came alive. That's why.
Goku fuck Frieza up. Proper.
I'm telling you, watch it again.
Fucked him up proper.
Come back, you're gonna say, "Hey, don't believe me. Go and watch those."
Goku fucked him up proper.
I'm telling you, you don't have to argue with me. Guess what?
He even said, "This fight is over. I'm not gonna fight you anymore. You fucked up."
Go watch it and prove me wrong. I'm telling you. Go watch it and prove me wrong. I'm telling you. Go and watch it. You're gonna see Frieza celebrating. He's gonna be like,
"Which move?
Saiyan. I killed the Saiyan." And then they made the wish. And Goku came back. He said, "You are dead, monkey. How are you alive?" And then Goku had the eyes, and then they start fighting. And remember, Saiyans get stronger after what?
That's not a wish, man. I remember this.
He killed him before he turned Super Saiyan.
You didn't kill him.
Yeah, before he turned Super Saiyan.
Hey, I didn't kill him.
Isaac, just do your homework, right?
You didn't
What?
kill him.
What? Between,
They buried him.
no. That was
You
you.
didn't kill him. When
Oh, that's
Gohan
right.
came
No,
back, right?
That's what it was. That's
That's
right.
what
My
I'm talking
bad.
about.
I
Gohan
got
came
that
back, right?
Died.
You
But
didn't kill him.
when he was fighting Frieza,
I know the episode you're talking about.
Hmm?
I remember now exactly. It was a huge Kameya versus Frieza's body shield power shit like that. Huge struggle the entire fucking episode. Frieza like just pivoted, hit him, and then he fell to fucking lava, right? Inside the fucking thing, those Roxy.
Mhm.
It-
And Goku died.
Gohan abandoned Bulma to go to his dad, and then like try to fight Frieza. And then Frieza was gonna fuck him up, but Goku woke up again. There's no dragon there.
No, I'm saying when Gohan got there, he sensed he sensed his dad is dead, and then Frieza basically told him, "I kill your dad," and they began to fight him, right? And as he was fighting him, then they made a wish.
Way.
Because remember, the Earth Dragons, they used the Earth Dragons, and then when the Namex came back alive, the Namek dragon was still making a wish, but because the elder died, they still had some wish left. Because remember, Namek had what was it? 3 dragons. I mean, 3 wishes.
I'm just not gonna believe you. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, when they went there, he wished for everybody who was killed by Frieza and his men. And no, actually, it was the Earth Dragon that wished, and then Goku came back, and then they used the Namek Dragon Ball to wish.
Man, Goku is a square anyway, okay? Fuck it. No, I'm not gonna believe this shit. Goku is a square anyway. Broly the real nigga, okay? Broly a real nigga. Fuck this shit.
Hey, guess what? I'm
Hey,
gonna.
man, Broly got game. Broly got game. Fuck Goku.
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, you were right. I'm telling you, Frieza killed Goku.
Yeah, he's not right. Listen, I'm not gonna agree with it. Goku is square anyway, right? Vegeta's cooler, and Broly is like a real G, right? Fuck that shit.
All right,
Goku is
guys.
square.
Hey, hey, hopefully we're gonna do the next one. Probably story like
Hey,
that.
man.
Train,
Yeah,
man.
I have to like do some shit. I can't sleep now because I'm at work. Shit, fuck. Okay.
Thanks,
Yeah,
man.
but,
Yeah,
yeah,
thanks. I'm gonna end the stream now since I gotta catch some sleep, man.
yeah, man. Eyes in the square too. Okay.
Eyes is great.
Thank you, man.
Alright.
Thank you.
Man, all I do is beta.
All right. Thank
Y'all have
you for coming by. I know it's gonna late for everybody. There's everybody bored. We still have 11 people watching. I know they're like, oh man, don't end the show, but I gotta go, man.
You know
But
who's there?
coming, man. Hopefully, well, I'll see you guys.
Your girlfriend is watching. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have fun.
All right, guys. Thanks again. I'll see you guys soon. Peace.
All right. Later.
All this beta, bro. Eyes in everyone.